started it. Okay. Alright, let's fucking go. Let me alert people. The video. Someone ping me. That's who it was. Okay, let's see. What is this? Alright, we gotta get the fucking... We gotta get the sprite offset working. It's all fucked up now. It's not supposed to do that. It is not supposed to do that. 256. Oh shit. Let me see. Okay, so that also censor. Why did I? Oh, I see, because there's also an offset. Yeah, that would put it back there. Okay. Yo, Elna. We are just going to do a little bit of coding. Okay. I had to redo one of the sprite shits. Yes, exactly, Will. That's what game dev's all about, man. It's about that one last annoying thing. Just many, many times. Well, the good news is we have a pretty freaking working game now, to be honest. I mean, it's missing like a lot of the spells and shit I want in it, but it's pretty legit at this point. It's funny because you just cross a barrier one day and suddenly you're like, this goes from like a mess that needs so much shit done to this is kind of a thing. Got my Bungo exam back today, 90%. Yeah, that's sick. Well, I imagine it's fun if you know, it's easy. I imagine that is an enjoyable experience. Especially because in like language class stuff, like a lot of times people, a lot of time the other kids don't even try, so you can just kind of like mog them for free. It's a good feeling. Saito once said that if he could do it all over again, kind of similar idea, he would become a pro artist, then go to college, so he could just mog everyone. All right, we actually redid. I had to redo aspects of this sprite yesterday. It took like 3 hours, but it's very much worth it because it looks so much better now. Everything works right. She's using spells she shouldn't be able to use, but it's just for testing. But yeah, you can like heal now and shit even. Everything's working really well. Skip the lowest one, but then and then I fucking hate having to speak still to this day. But I want to do Japanese live streams, like have a chat. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to work on my speaking ability. Writing's pretty comfortable, but it's funny because putting EXP into writing and putting EXP into conversation are kind of two different things. And then there's written conversation and spoken conversation, which are yet also kind of two different things. So my main EXP with output now is, of course, like obviously writing fiction, which kind of gives you writing essays for free. Like I could write a Japanese essay without too much difficulty. Typing conversation, I'm told that like my tone of voice is just a little bit awkward. I'm very paranoid about the politeness, and that's probably why I really don't want to offend people. So, but yeah, it's just one of those things, just like one thing at a time. The most brutal mindset. I have the speedrunner mindset, the most brutal mindset. Oh, okay, you're in a serious class. Well, that's more fun then. That's probably more fun, to be honest. We're reading... What the fuck is that? Hojo? I want to say Hojoki. That's definitely probably not how that's read. Some monk dude from the 13th century. That sounds pretty interesting. Sounds very wabi-sabi. Oh, it is Hojoki. Interesting. That sounds interesting. Organize, yo. Got any cool Japanese slurs? I don't know. I can't remember if I saw anyone insult anyone recently in a funny way. To be honest. There's probably an obvious one I'm forgetting. Something funny recently that someone said. Most Japanese learners like have a gap between writing. Like, yeah, exactly. Very true. Very true. Yeah, the nuance expression and yeah, it's a super different language. Yeah, beginning demolished in JP. Hello, Fuzzy. Stop joking. Oh. Yeah, yeah. I don't have a stuttering problem, but I do have grew up in Northeast America where you throw like and between every single word, which is kind of similar. Toby Fox has that too. They insult by dropping. Yeah, exactly. Had to use DeepL to translate. Switch to GPT. Kurombo. They have like a million words for... Still stand DeepL. Yeah, I mean, maybe DeepL's good.
They have like a million words for like people of like foreign, for like different foreign races, but you just like don't hear them a lot. They're like specialist stuff. It's like the equivalent of like if someone was to whip out like a really weird like racial slur that like only people in like the 20s used. A lot of them. I mean, you'll see them sometimes. Definitely not a lot though. They kind of like to group gaijin all in one category. You're kind of just Japanese or you're a filthy gaijin. Okay, I'm trying to think what we got to do. We got to we got everything should be work. Oh, that's right. Now I remember what I wanted to do. I have it so that I have to get the shadow state working. It's like half working right now. But yeah, the enemy healing stuff, that all works. The game just stuttered, and I'm going to hope that's just because of OBS doing weird shit. Usually it doesn't do that. Yeah, as you can see, the enemy can heal and shit. Yeah, I'm not liking these stutters. I'll test the game on a shitty computer later, but let's see. I don't think there's anything to test right now with any of this. I think everything works. Yeah, that's a bad. Why is it stuttering so bad? It usually doesn't. I'm not doing anything expensive. Why did that heal so much? I don't think that was supposed to heal that much. Something weird with her max HP, because I feel like that was not supposed to heal that much. It's supposed to heal 50%. Well, I guess I'll have to output that later. I'll worry about all the balance stuff later. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Here, I'm gonna try to get a critical hit and then reduce it below. Yeah, it's being weird champ as shit. That was not supposed to happen. Well, I'll worry about all this shit another time. Okay, that 1%. This will tell us for sure what's going on. No, that was correct. It's 50%. All right. Check yeah. We tried poker superior. You know, Fuzzy, it's funny because like when I thought of the characters' names, I did think of how like cool they. I think you should always do that, like how cool the name sounds to shout. Add poker to it, yeah. Yeah, Bo, yeah, that's a common one. Yep. To insult, what is that, Bo? I've never heard that. I have honestly never heard that. Oh, just Bo's. Oh, just yeah, just Bo's. Yeah. No, I have heard that. I just don't think I've seen people usually write it in kanji when they're insulting. Yeah, because Bo's is just like a monk. No, I'm not good at any traditional game. I've played all of them. No, sorry, I've not played all of them. I've just played a little bit of chess. I have no go or shogi experience. I played mahjong a little bit. There's a couple mechanics in mahjong that I really like. If I was to make a card game, I would take a little bit of mahjong influence. There's a couple, like I really like the quality of like you have to discard something every turn, and depending on what you discard, you might actually have given your opponent fuel. Like I feel like
I feel like a game like Yu-Gi-Oh or something would really, really benefit from that. Don't put me not being able to read Bozu in Garbage Day 3, by the way. I can read that. But yeah, yeah, no shogi, no go. I know that they're really deep, and Mahjong's really deep as well. So I didn't really want to spend a lot of time on it. It's like real rot max shit. Like you have to really go hard into it if you really want to get a lot out of it. I have like enough. I have enough on my plate thinking about fucking Pokemon shit. All right, so the problem right now. Okay, so let me show you what we're doing right now. What we want to do right now is we want to get. We want to get the shadow technique working. I know it says strike. It's supposed to say shadow. That'll actually probably be the first thing I'll fix right now. So she goes into the shadow. Everything works there. But then you get some issues like, yeah, like when it transitions, like it shows her fade out. It's not supposed to do that. And then when it transitions back, she's not in the shadow state anymore. And the shadow state just doesn't do anything. So we have the base, like you can use the shadow. But we gotta fix the other stuff. We gotta actually acknowledge that you're in the shadow state and all that shit. I wonder if it just like built in a weird way because it was, or I wonder if the debugger was just on like a weird cycle or something because it's running smoothly there. Actually, I'm kind of curious. I'm just gonna run it one more time just to, because I am like I said, like I'm not that. I'm gonna test it thoroughly on a on a shit computer to make sure, because it was running fine on a shit computer. Like I said, there was just some animation. There were some animations that needed to get cached. So it shouldn't be doing anything fucking weird. Okay, that's an actual genuine issue. When someone else used the particles, sometimes the particles don't show if you use the particles right after someone else uses the particles. As if they got like clogged or some shit. Yeah, the particles are not fucking showing when I gotta do something about that. I definitely have to do something about that. Also, did that just say 0? I'm gonna have to check the screen after because that might have. It shouldn't say 0 when they're. It should always say 1%. It should never round down to 0 because then it would be like saying they're dead. Yeah, I don't know why the particles are not triggering for her. I'm gonna have to. That actually could be a bug I introduced recently. Because for her they show, right? Yeah, they show for her. I'll have to figure that out. Actually, let's just do that now because I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to deal with that later. Let's just deal with that now. Yes, I can't spell. That's just true. Yeah, shogi I heard is Garbage Day 3 will never happen. Go is the most simple rules. I will check out Go because it sounds interesting. The thing about Mahjong is even the surface level rules are more complex. You can still win. Yeah, exactly. I have one. Well, that's one of the things I like about Mahjong. It reminds me kind of the reason I like Pokemon because like you can win a game. You know, it's like the one line in I think Akagi. It's like, oh, you can play a game perfectly and still lose. Yeah, I like those like RNG type games. Exactly. You can That's part of the fun. Yeah, we're getting close, Fuzzy. Like pretty much, like it only takes me a couple of hours to add a spell, and we only need like a few more for the first. For the current characters that are in. Then I'm gonna have to add a bunch more for each character. But it's like easy to add them now. It's not like there's not like a bunch of foundational shit that comes with every spell. Right now, let's see why the heck. Let's get to the bottom of the particle issue. Because I bet you it's just not triggering them for... I bet it's just not... I kind of have an idea of why it's not working. I have a good guess, and I bet it's... I bet what it's doing is it's probably just not... The aura done variable is probably just wrong. It's probably just not set right. In fact, I'm actually just going to go ahead and... I'm just going to go ahead and make sure that it always enters this. That on frame 1, it always just make sure that aura done is false. Oh, shit, this is wrong. This is wrong. Yeah, here. It should always just... This alone might just fix it. Because I bet what's happening is that I bet it's just not resetting the flag. If I had to guess. But we'll see. Well, I mean, in that regard, there's no reason to even output this because... I mean, might as well. Whatever. Fuck it. But yeah, it's funny because... That's what I was saying. I was kind of explaining this to my brother the other day. One of the things I think the reason like RNG games are gonna like kind of stand the test of time over like in terms of as like YouTube like casual spectator type shit. One of the reasons I feel like stuff like Pokemon is on the rise. Oh shit, wrong character. One of the reasons I feel like Pokemon viewership and all that stuff is kind of like on the rise and participation in tournaments and shit. As like you see it with speedrunning, as the game gets optimized and shit, you lose drama. Like drama, like you'll get okay. No, something fucked it up. Something fucked it up. Something is because it was true. It was true. It set it to true going in, but then it's not supposed to. Okay, so the issue is something in the trigger aura. It's in the trigger aura. The issue is in the trigger aura method because for some reason it's not. For some reason it's just saying like we're done. It's not. It must not be like resetting the aura frames or something. I don't know what its issue is. I don't know why it's doing that. Let's check what the... Oh, don't do that. Let's check what our aura frames are. Yeah, whereas like these games with like RNG in it, like Mahjong and Pokemon crap or whatever, they never hit that high. They by design cannot hit that high optimization point, that like sort of overwrite point where like drama is not happening. They have built-in installed drama. There'll always be that chance that like, you know, that cool thing can happen, that surprising thing can happen, the whatever, you know, the upset, the whatever. And it's just more approachable, and I feel like that. I feel like there's just a potential in that. Yeah. That's what's happening. For some reason, the aura value is not getting reset. As you can see, it's 42. Alright. I don't know why that's happening, but I think we can just fix it by. Because normally the aura frames being higher than target frames, it's supposed to reset it, but for some reason it's skipping over that. I don't understand why it's skipping over that. But what we can do is just make it so that... I'm trying to think how we can... I mean, we could just manually set this to 0 every time we call it, which honestly I'm fine with. I am fine with that. And I think that's what we're gonna do. I think that's what we're gonna do. Yeah, we're just gonna do that. And because we do a little copy pasting. We will do the same thing. We'll do the same thing here. All right, that should 100% fix the problem. But yeah. Let's see. Yeah, you can play poker and still lose. Perfect. Yep. Yes, there are variants of mahjong. Yeah, I've heard American mahjong is a little bit retarded. I have heard that. Yes, exactly. No, but like I play enough Gen 1 where like I can do like cool shit that like I've taken games consistently off of the best players using unorthodox but still legitimate strategies. Like it's not even like, yeah, all right, we're working. It's not like, oh, I just got lucky. Like the strategy showed itself to work. It wasn't cheese. It was a fundamentally sound strategy, and you know a strategy is fundamentally sound because it has an answer to everything in the meta, in even the anti-meta or the unconventional meta. And I have done that. I have found like unconventional stuff like that. So it's just a cool fucking game. Do I like Moe mod? Is that the mod that modded all of Ruby Sapphire? Or maybe it was Fire Red. I played a little. I thought it was really impressive. I thought it was really cool. Yeah. Exactly, Elno. Yeah, the Yakuman, the whole Yakuman thing is just, yeah, exactly. You can't get that in chess because chess is way too optimized of a game. It's just like dudes. It's just dudes with like a million things, a million patterns running through their head, and you know, a computer shoved up their ass, and yeah, very true, Nova. Yeah, exactly, like that. I'm gonna try to not go on a tangent because I have a lot of thoughts about that. But yeah, like you always want a game to feel like you want it to systematically create like rise and fall, you know? Yeah, but anyway, yeah. Peak chess is funny though at a certain point. Yeah, both of them, exactly, both know the game is over. Oh, Shred, yeah. That I'm interested in hearing how that's going. Yes, organized. The game will be mod friendly. I want to release it with a Okay, there's multiple versions. Yeah, maybe we'll play that on stream at some point. Yeah, I've never played a Nuzlocke. I might have to do that at some point. But yeah, I want to put in I want to release the game with mod tools and stuff. Okay, so let's get the shadow working now, which actually reminds me of my next point, which was that I was thinking of rushing the entirety of Chapter 1 out and calling it like a demo and stuff, but like we discussed it and we realized like the game is like too big for that in terms of like it's not like it's literally gonna be as much if not more value than like buying mouthwashing. And thinking about that made it feel stupid to be like, yo, this is my demo. And it's like, well, no, this is kind of like a full fucking game. And especially if I really go to town with bonus modes and, make sure that like the versus mode is there. I wanted like an endless dungeon mode and stuff, like interesting shit like that and stuff that would give it even more replay value and stuff. So it's like, okay, the demo... What I'll call the demo is going to be just a slice. It's going to be just a chunk of Chapter 1. That'll be the free demo. And then Chapter 1 will be more of a more of a big proper thing with all the. It'll come with the dungeon mod tool, all that shit, and that'll be a lot more interesting. That'll be a lot more satisfying. So what we're rushing for now is just getting that chunk of chapter 1 done that you can play with the initial. There'll be a little initial dungeon stretch. There'll be cutscenes. You'll be able to play a little bit of versus mode in it as well and stuff. That we're like genuinely on the brink of. Like that's just about ready to be a thing. So that will be exciting. And by just about, I mean like still a couple weeks, but not bad. Really not bad at all. Okay, so basically, all right, we got to adjust the fade out. So I'm thinking, what I'm thinking is, the actual like status states you're in get shoved into an array. And it feels kind of wasteful to like check through that array every single time. I mean, it's not like it's that expensive to do or anything. It's always going to be a relatively short array. But it does feel wasteful to have to check through that array every single time the character would fade out or in. So what I'm thinking is just creating a flag on the character that just says like, okay, this character is in a shadow state. And just, just letting it be at that. I think that honestly makes the most sense. As much as that sounds kind of like additive, I genuinely think that's a better idea to just have a flag there rather than have to check through the special states thing every time. On top of it too, I typically don't like. I mean, I think that the separation of I think that the dogmatic idea of like separate logic and graphics gets a little bit cringe in when making a video game because they're kind of inseparable at a point when making a video game. But where possible, it's a good philosophy, especially because that way you can like you never know what you're gonna need in a game. Like maybe you need something weird to happen where like the character like visually is in the shadow state, but it like isn't working properly. Like stuff like you never know, or vice versa. Like you never know exactly what you're gonna need. So I am going to simply create a. I'm gonna simply create a variable that just checks if you're in the shadow state. Yes, before the end of March, no question. And that I can actually promise you because we were literally considering we could get all of Chapter 1 out by the end of March, which was realistic. So absolutely this is realistic. Going to Sinai says, yeah, grind the Moe Mon. Yeah, time does fly for sure. It's a list. It's just a list. Which is like C#'s vector. It's just a dynamic array, basically. The reason it's not a map is because I don't know. I honestly don't know. At the moment, I decided a list was correct, and that's what we went with. I'll show you. It's right here. So basically, you load in special states. So, yeah. Special states. Like, there's only 2 right now, but there will be a lot more in the future. Like, okay, you're in, shadow, you're in whatever. The reason crit elevation 01 is a special...
Right, yeah. The reason I'm not doing it like that, Will, is just because like I want to treat the special states like I don't want to check for a specific one. I just want to flip through the list to see which ones you have, basically. So that's why it's a list, because it's just for like, okay, let's go through the list, let's see which ones you have. Let's not like proactively ask if you're in shadow. Well, that's the thing. There are times where I do want to proactively ask if you're in shadow, and that's why I'm adding a fucking flag for it. But like most of the time, special states wouldn't be like that. Most of the time, it would just be stuff like, okay, you elevated your crit. Now let's keep track of how often it should, decay. Yeah, that's true, Nova. Exactly. Like player. Yeah, that's sort of like the truer. That's sort of like the truer split, if you think about it, when it comes to video games. But yeah, as much as you can separate graphics and logic, it's nice. It is nice to do so. All right, so basically we gotta find every instance of fading out. Well, we could just check the fade. Well, let's just start with fading out. Let's just find every instant. I think it just happens. Yeah, it just happens with the full fade to player. So it's just gonna be, so if we just check for every instance of this, we'll find every. So basically, we just have to check if the thing that's gonna fade is in the shadow state. Oh, I just realized. Oh, you know what we can do? Actually? This is actually a better solution. This is a much better solution. Let's change this so that it doesn't take the animation. Let's just give it the let's just give it the combatant in question, and that way it can just grab the animation. That way it can just grab the animation from the combatant, and that way it can just check to see like, oh, is the combatant in like a shadow state? Then just don't do the other bullshit. So what we can do is we can just grab the animation player. Right from the combatant. I think we have to know if it's player though. Oh, fuck you. Combatant is. I forgot how to check. Oh, I think you go to active combatant. Is. Yeah, some of the organization of these things are a little bit questionable. Just because like I didn't know exactly what the thing was gonna look like in a later stage, but I'm pretty happy overall with how I organized it. Like it does the job for sure, and nothing's like doing anything too unnecessary ultimately. Wait, no, don't do that. Do not do that. Yeah, that's really true, Will. Yeah, that's like what Pokemon did back on the, yeah. I do think that that's cool, like bitwise shit. If I was coding in like C or C++, I would definitely do that. I just don't like trust. I don't trust C# with my bits. I don't know what this thing does. This thing is fucking bizarre. It does weird shit without like telling you. And the guy's name from Ohio and Ford. Yes.
Yes, that's who it was. Chicken, yeah. Yeah, exactly, Nova. It's not like graphics don't matter. It's just like the fucking stupid graphical. What matters is art. That's what matters. It's art. Yeah, it's like it's a program with art in it. I mean, there's no getting around that. I don't like thinking of the fucking final package as I don't like calling video games like the program itself art because I don't like throwing that word. Like if you say art to me, I'm like, okay, you drew a picture, you produced an image. You produced image or images. So I'm like, okay, a video game contains art. I'm just like really picky about keeping the terms like clean like that because it makes it really frustrating when talking to people and trying to be like, yo, I need some art from you. It's like, what do you mean? Like, is literature art? It's like, no, literature is literature. I want visual art. But yeah, I'll often just say visual art to differentiate. If you want to get into like the art as culture discussion, at that point, I don't really have a strong horse in the race. What am I doing again? Oh yeah. That's right. If it's the player, then we want the p sprite. Bucket child. It's always the 0th child. The 0th child is always the animation player. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean, Nova. I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, exactly. Like background enhancements. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, that's like technically a form of art because they're affecting the presentation and shit. But like what their actual like their actual thing is more of like, yeah, they're more similar to like the computer that helps the artist. It's like weird. Yeah. Exactly. Well, it really comes down to like a shit flinging respect. Is this respected or is this not respected? And it's like case to case. Like I'm not gonna respect all video games culturally just because like I like things in the medium. It depends. For me, it completely depends. Yeah, fuzzy. Exactly. It's like weird. It's like weird because it's so case to case. Like most things in life. Most things in life are case to case. People don't like that, but it's just true. Most things are case to case. It's very hard to generalize. I'm very shikisoku zeku pilled with that. Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah. But yeah, at any rate, are video games full of art and artistic things? In many cases, yes. That is inarguable. Um, let's see. Okay. So we only want to do this crap. We only want to do this crap if. All right, that should take care of that. That should take care of the. That should take care of the fade ins and fade outs, I think. Like, yeah, I get that. I get that it's a little bit additive, but The thing I've kind of learned is that video games are very additive. Like, it's very hard to not be kind of like, you know, it's very hard to make a video game and not set up like a bunch of flags and like, take like a Yu-Gi-Oh game, like take like a game that, like a modern Yu-Gi-Oh game, like it captures the entire card game in it, like it has all the rules and they work like they're supposed to work like real life. Like, you can bet that game is just an assload of flags. You know, like you can bet that like the all right, what do we do? You can bet that that game was coded with. Oh, that's right. I gotta actually change all the instances. But yeah, you can bet that that game was made by just, you know, flag after flag after flag. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, like, making something like a card game, it's, like, not that different from making, like, a fucking, like a search, or a database. It's basically just, like, database operations. And what is a database other than just, like, a bunch of, you know... I mean, it's got, like, numbers and shit in it, too. But a lot of the time, it's just flags. It's just checking flags. If you think about it. But yeah, bit operations for flags would be cool. That would definitely be cool. Because you can do cool stuff with the bits as well. Like, that's where you can start getting kind of clever with flags. You know, like, I saw some cool stuff, and you know, like, if you look at some of the cool stuff they did in, like, Pokemon with that back in the day, there's some interesting stuff. Do you think being imaginative is a distinct skill? Yeah, I would say, well, I would say there's two types of imagination. There's concept imagination, and then there's technical imagination. Like, technical imagination is like, I'm an artist, like I draw. Like, how many poses can I whip out? If you tell me we need this type of pose, like, can I just whip it out? Like, can I just get it? Or same with, like, coding or whatever. Like, oh, we need this type of thing in code. Like, can I just imagine the solution? And can I, like, imagine the logic that goes into it and all that shit? So that's, like, technical imagination. But then there's just, like, concept imagination. And that, I honestly think, is not a skill. I think that's just something you're born with. And I think it goes down with age. Because I think the brain is designed to want to trade out concept imagination for technical imagination as it ages. And everyone I've talked to, I've yet to meet a person that didn't say that they feel less creative the older they get. I've yet to meet a single person that thinks that their creativity didn't go down with age, and I feel the same way. Like, I used to be so imaginative as a kid and shit, and now I'm just like imagination for me is now just like asking, like literally consciously checking, like, what do I like and why do I like it? Okay, let's do something similar to that, you know, type thing. Okay, that worked. All right, it's friggin' working. The shadow state is acknowledged. What happens if we do it again? Okay, she just does it again. Shadow state is acknowledged. All right, now let's make it so that you are invulnerable while you're in it. Yeah, Nova, yeah. Some people have it, yeah. My brain almost always blocks any imaginative wandering. It's really frustrating. Yeah, maybe you're just a more intellectual type inherently, which is fine. Yeah, concept imagine is consciously suppressed. That's true, but children do have less material to work with. I feel like as a result, though, they can sometimes get into like essence more, I guess. I don't know. It just depends. I guess it just depends. Like I was ridiculously imaginative as a child in terms of like I would constantly have images and patterns flashing through my head at all times. Some of which are so vivid, I can still call upon them to this day as if I'm pulling up like a PNG file or even sometimes a video file. I had a really, really proactive imagination as a kid, and it just went down with age, basically. Like, to the point where now my imagination is 100% just like I tell it to work, and then it works, and then it stops until I tell it to work again. When I tell it to work, though, it's extremely, like, reliable. Like, it feels like I don't know. It feels like I don't want to use the metaphor, but I can't think of a better metaphor. It feels like running an AI prompt. Like, brain, I want anime girl holding knife with this type of mood, and then sometimes I'll even set that up. I'll think like, okay, I need this type of thing, and then sometimes I'll go to sleep, and then sometimes while I'm sleeping, it will produce I'll wake up with the thing produced. Like a lot of the times when I need shit, I'll go to sleep with the mindset that I need. But yeah, but it doesn't trigger by accident, basically. Okay, so basically every time a damaging move executes, it needs to check if the opponent's in a shadow state. If it's in a shadow state, it needs to just say like, hey, you can't do this because the opponent's in a shadow state. Which means we need another global variable message. I hate adding these, but we have to add one. I mean, we could just say you did no damage and just be like, hey, fuck you. They're in a shadow state. You can't do anything about it. Oh, fuck. We have to check if she can use the shadow properly as an enemy also. Let's do that first, but let's add the variable. Well, let's just make sure is it bad player feedback to not be like you missed because she's in a shadow or just say you did no damage? I'm trying to think. Since the game has a narrative emphasis, it should say, like, couldn't find her because she's just a fucking shadow. Shikisoku ZX, that's the name of Shiki's Ultimate Ninja Art and Center on. Holy shit, that's badass. I've never played those games, but I'd like to at some point. There's the Neptune crossover. Yeah, fatigue can do it. Although sometimes I'm my most imaginative when I'm just blitzed. I don't know. It's like weird. It's really weird. Yeah, turning off the rational. Do I use coding patterns? You mean like organized? You mean like a philosophy, like a dogma, like a coding dogma? Like, oh, I'm like, I don't even know. I don't remember them. I don't want to remember them because it reminds me of working a job. But you can explain what you mean. We'll call it shadow miss. Message. Oh, like state machine. I don't. I don't. I don't like. I don't like those ideas. To be perfectly honest, like I don't like the notion of like, oh, here's my state mission. I think it's worth looking at all of them. Like I think it's worth knowing all those common patterns and stuff so you can take from them as you need. But I find a lot of people will just be like, I'm supposed to make a state machine. Let's, and then they'll just make some bullshit that just doesn't work or has excess on it. So I think I would say it's good to know all those things, but like I'm not big on like I'm not big on oh, this is supposed to go in spell names. I'm not big on yeah, being like too obsessed with those. Anyway, that's my point. Do I think cooking is an art form? If by art form you mean like there's visual art, there's literature, and then there's like music, I would say yes, because my definition for like an art form is something that has a monopoly on conveying a certain type of information. And cooking actually does have that. It's just the sense of taste. You cannot express taste. You cannot design taste to its like limit. Like you cannot design taste by you cannot design taste to the limit of precision through any means other than cooking. Taste and smell, yes, taste and smell, yes, and it also has presentation to perform, so it technically has a visual component as well, which is kind of funny. Yeah, there are other ways to manipulate smell as well. There are other forms of manipulating smell. Yes, yeah, so it even has a visual component, which is interesting. There's almost like a sculpting aspect to it. It's definitely an art form. It's not one I have the biggest respect for. Let me show you something extremely funny. I don't disrespect it though. I think it's cool. Like if that's what you're into. I mean, if that's what you're into, it's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Where the fuck is this? Where is this? This shit is so funny. Yes, yes. I don't know, like, I don't know if I don't know if you've ever met this guy. I worked in a kitchen once for like a month doing like dishes. This was the exact. I've seen this guy before. This is like a stereotype. This made me laugh so fucking hard. Yeah, cooking manga. Yeah. If you're a good programmer, you're often just writing something that's more or less one of those patterns. Yeah, exactly, Alnu. Like those patterns, I think that's what the problem. The important part is like don't have cart before the horse. Remember that these patterns exist for a reason. Like they exist to help you, not to prescribe something. So, okay, all right. So the message should be like. It should say. Whoa, fuck. It's a good question. Should this be wa or ga? Probably be ga. I guess I could just use this. This could just be the miss message, honestly. Like I feel like it's kind of like, I mean, it could say it could say like is in shadow, therefore it didn't hit. But like, I feel like it makes more sense. Let's just call this the miss message. I was gonna have not just misses in the game, but I was also gonna have like graze hits or something. Like call them something like that. And that was actually going to be more the default miss form of missing because I don't like the whole binary like you hit or you miss system. We're going for non-binary monarch shit a lot in this game. Like I feel like a lot of Pokemon. I feel like Pokemon would just be better if missing caused you to do like 1/4 or 1/3 of what it would normally. The problem with that though is added effects are binary, so it doesn't work well. Whereas like because this game doesn't have the binary status effects, it's like a good fit that you could have something like Graze. So I think that's just gonna be cool. I think a lot of people will like that a lot better than just you fucking miss, fuck you, your turn's gone. Like that's just terrible. Missing a turn is huge. So. I found out recently the longest work of narrative fiction ever by one man is a self-insert Nickelodeon fan fiction written over 7 years called The Loud House Revamped. Holy fuck. One of the JP Discords on has an animated emote that's just flashed into it. Yeah, exactly. Natives disagree all the time because it's like I do get the difference. Like I understand the difference, but it's just like it's hard to know. It's just hard to know sometimes. Sometimes both are. The problem is a lot of time both are okay. Just one is more right than the other. Part of my personal development with art is accepting you cannot actively create something past a certain level out. Yep, very true. Very true. It's all about the coldies. Exactly. That's exactly it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly, like character action games, but yeah, but not in JRPGs. It's interesting, yeah. I just feel like it just feels so much better. You know, I don't want to do nothing. I don't want to do nothing at all. I don't want my entire turn robbed. That's terrible. Even if it amounts to the same thing, like even if you miss the threshold and so now it amounts to the same thing, it just feels better. Just from a player stress standpoint, it just feels better. Okay. I'm actually thinking it should be wa atara nakata. I'm gonna check Twitter real quick. I know I shouldn't spend too much time on this. But... No, I feel like it should be ga in this case. Like you often hear that, like Kogeki ga taranai. You hear that a lot. I don't know why. I haven't heard like wa taranai much. Yeah, it's definitely God. No one says Kogeki wa Tara Nakata. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a Ga moment. Yo, Doctor with keeping me up on the yokai, on the ball, keeping me up on the yokai stuff. Exactly, yeah, it just doesn't feel as bad. Yes, yeah, Fuzzy. Cats is big with that. Cats is really big with like you gotta trust your game. Sort of will.
I'll actually tell you about that in a sec. I have some good ideas. Part of the reason accuracy and evasion is such an issue is partially due to the 1v1 system. Yeah, well, right, exactly. Yeah, because Doctor, in team battles in Pokemon, evasion and accuracy. Well, evasion is like not an issue. Evasion clause doesn't have to exist in team battles in Pokemon. However, there's a lot of things I don't like about team battles in Pokemon, and I actually did think of a system to get around that. We'll talk about that later, though. Yeah, degrees are big with the TRPGs. Yeah, the TTRPGs for sure. Exactly, because it's all about the dice. It's all about, oh, this thing kind of happened, or this. Like, there's thresholds, but there's also, like, degrees, yeah. Yeah, exactly, Fuzzy. That's why Cats was just so big for me. Because Cats, so many people wrestle with their brain. So many people, for so many people, it's like, okay, I wrestle with my brain. Like, I have anxiety, or I have all these things in my brain I don't like. But for me, what Cats did is he made me realize that everything your brain does is actually just a feature with a purpose. Basically, if you learn what the features of your brain are and like why they exist, you can start trusting your brain to do a lot more shit. Oh, we got to do the execute. We got to handle the execute logic first. Yeah, you can just start trusting your brain to just do a lot more shit, basically. And it's a lot better for it. Okay. So basically what we're just going to do is we're just going to check if it's in the shadow state. Oh, yeah, that's right. The reason I have special states as a list is because every turn it wants to it plays an update function to go through your status effects and your special states and like know what to do to the character. But you don't actually always need that to flip through that for like logic stuff. You can just use a flag for that. So anyway, you'll see. Okay, so damage should always just say it can just skip all this shit. It can just skip all this shit if it doesn't work. I feel like there should be a miss flag, like, oh, you just missed, so it can, like, remember that the attack missed. I feel like that's kind of important, honestly. I feel like that's important. I feel like that is important. To know if... Because, like, who should remember that they missed? Should the enemy remember that they dodged? Should the player remember that they missed? The player should definitely... Or the person using the attack should probably remember that they missed. That way I can even react to that and shit in different ways if I want to. But for now, we're just gonna... for now, we're just gonna have the target remember if they... for now, I'm just gonna have the target remember if they got hit or not. So instead of, so there's received damage will be like, we'll call it received miss. False. Because there will probably be like a received graze. In fact, I'll just add that in.
Okay.
I can imagine a game where you and the enemies have a stamina gauge and missing strong attacks while it won't deplete. It can deplete the. Yeah, there's a lot of like some of the Neptunes use a system like that. Well, no, it's a little different. That's a little different. You know, Pokemon has Machamp, which negates evasion checks, but is low tier trash. Yokai has Everfour. Does that as a blanket effect and is high tier viable. Interesting. Why not calc the damage first? Do a Boolean check. Because I don't want to have to calculate. I'd rather just skip the calculation.
I'm gonna do some extra shit in the background. Sorry if anyone can hear it.
It should be fine. Well, the value in doing a calculation would be like if it's useful to know how much damage it would have done. But I honestly can't think of a use for that. Like, when would you need to know how much damage a miss would have done? Like, maybe there's some weird, obscure counter move that, like, counters based on when you... No, I mean, that's just too convoluted. If I need to know that at some point, I'll just add that in. Monster Gold Quest had a system where it would be warning text like, their tail starts wagging, and if you don't defend... Yeah, the next turn is instant. Yeah, that's like... Hebon does stuff like that a lot. Like enemies doing charge. See, that's an interesting one. Something I set out from the start with Castle was I wanted to create a system where charge attacks are actually good. Where telegraphed attacks actually have use. Because I think they're cool as fuck. I think they're chuny as fuck. Like Solar Beam, Godbird, Sky Attack, and Pokemon, like that's just cool. I don't like the fact that they suck ass. But typically you think of telegraphed and charged attacks as a one player thing only, because like it's never going to be competitively viable because it's just too much of a loss to telegraph and attack, because they can always like respond to it. But I wanted to create a system. I want to create the balance in a certain way that it would actually, telegraphed attacks would actually be viable and interesting. And since I know Pokemon Gen 1 extremely well, one thing I can say is I do know how Godbird and and Soul Attack would actually be viable. And the answer is actually, if they were just even stronger than Explosion, they would be worth it. They would be viable. If they were just even stronger than Explosion. Like, that's one way. Just make them, like, fucked up strong. That is one way to justify them. So that's food for thought. Well, I'm kind of thinking of it as the reverse, Will, where it's like Pokemon was like all in on creating this like experience that like needed like children to be able to get through it, and that's why the game got like so mindless. Yes, you can do short charge as well. Whereas like, see, this is what's interesting, Will. One thing I realized, my sort of philosophy is like, everything stacked against the player feels most interesting when it feels like you're in a competitive match, but the player is either way better than you or has a bunch of handicaps over you. So that's kind of like my philosophy, because like I want a lot of like cool moment. Well, I'll actually kind of talk about this in the video a little bit, which hopefully should fucking get done today. But at any rate, I really like the feeling of like everything's against me, but it's like systemized. It's like a systemized everything's against me. So anyway, that's how I'm thinking. Just return.
but we want to set. I think if you miss receive damage. Okay, here's the question: should the last received damage that they hold be 0 in the case of a miss, or should it just hold on to the last received damage they hit? I would say don't. I would say just keep the last received damage as the last received damage they took, and instead just set the miss flag, because I feel like it's just erasing info for no reason otherwise. Because there might be cases where you actually want to know the info of the last damage they took that wasn't a miss. So I'm just going to set that to true. All right, so now damaging attacks won't work, but it will still show like a message. Actually, what will happen is it will lie to you and say that it did damage it didn't do. But let's take a look anyway. Let's just see let's see what's happening now. Oh yeah, Will, that's right. You said something really interesting I wanted to talk about, but yeah, very drawn. Yeah, Octopath. Yeah, I have seen some of that. Yeah. Whoa. I have seen some of the things it was doing, and it definitely looked cool. What the fuck happened? Format exception. Oh, that's right. I got to read in the miss message because it fucked up the whole file. Damage message, recovery message. Yeah. We're just gonna do another. Copy paste. I swear to God, I don't do this that much. I swear to God, I don't do it that much. I'm just doing it for the system messages. Yeah, I really like Hebon system. Like, yes, it can get a little bit solitaire and it can get a little bit whatever, but it feels dramatic and it feels good, and it's okay. I feel like it's okay. You know, it's not like it's a versus game. It's okay for it to get a little solitary. Oh, that's right. You mentioned defending. Yep, I will talk about that in 2 seconds. Yeah, Doctor. Yep. Game Freak was forced to advertise. Yeah, it's crazy. It's wild. Yeah. Yeah, Nova. SMT is definitely somewhere in my mind just because it's an RPG that, you know, I played many years ago when getting my concept of thinking about systems, and so it's definitely always going to be in my mind a little bit for sure. I wouldn't say super consciously. Every RPG I've ever played is in my mind somewhere. So you don't want they have 10 times the health and twice the attack, so I need a... Yeah, I do not like that. If I'm to be perfectly honest, Will, I do not love that. Like, I like it for other games. I like playing that, but that's not like what I want to make. Basically is what I'm trying to say. Like, I want something that feels... Yeah, okay, it just did nothing. It just treats it as doing nothing. But here's the thing. Oh fuck, we're stuck in the attack. We're stuck in the shadow state. So let's get hit. And then it'll lie. It'll lie to us and probably just say that. Yeah. It just lies to us, and nothing actually happened. All right, so what we need is... Stop. What we need to do is make sure that in the case of a miss, the proper messages are happening. So anywhere where a damage message is happening, what we need to do is not do all this shit. This should all honestly be in a method, I guess. I can worry about that another time. Oh, you know what it could be? It could be, we can make a little method that dynamically checks if you actually did damage or if it was a miss. So it could just be like, the question is like, what's all the shit it needs? Like it needs the spell stack. It needs the number of like nums that you're gonna use. Well, let's just see. Let's just make a thing. We'll just call it like get damage or like load damage message. And it's gonna need, it's gonna need so you'd load in like give it the you give it the spell stack position. You'd give it the nums. Well, in this case, it'd just be like 5. I guess that's it, right? Because it can do everything else after that. Yeah, because it can derive everything from the... It can derive everything else from the stack. Alright, let's do this. No, we don't want the local method. Well, whatever. Let's just create this. So, I have not played Sakutoki yet, Fumo, but I am very excited to play it. I heard it's about, well, I don't know. I shouldn't tell you what it's about 'cause it's a sequel, so it could get kind of spoilery. But the topic seems really cool and something I would enjoy. So I'm very excited. I'm very, very excited for it. I love the last chapter of Sakuuta. Like, you know how I said Sakuuta is like kind of boring throughout most of it? Like, it's really fucking good, but it's kind of boring. The last chapter for me was like the last chapter for me was just so not just good, just extremely interesting and entertaining. So if Toki is just like more of that, you know, or whatever the hell it becomes, I'm extremely excited for it. Where are my where do I usually just put like random methods? Well, I guess this would just go in the move handler, thinking about it, because this is... No, this would go in the graphic handler because it's technically a graphic related... It's a graphic related thing. I don't know why there's a method called setup and it doesn't do anything. It probably just shouldn't be there. How many fucking methods do I have this one? Okay. Wait, what? What did I just do? Oh, that's already... Oops. Okay, so let's talk about defending and my ideas about that.
A mirror from Monster Gold. I have not. Everyone talks about that game so much. I gotta play it at some point. Oh, holy shit, that's so funny. It reminds me of Ichion made this funny Ichion made this really funny drawing once. I mean, it's worth trying. Oh, oops. Did I? Yeah. Fuck. All right, I can't find it. Whatever. Or I can, but I just don't feel like going to Twitter right now because I'm not signed in on this computer. Ichion made this really funny drawing where of you know, what's her name from Toho, the mermaid. Yes, that's right. Wakasagi Hime. Yeah, he made this drawing of her, and he put... Oh, I see. Lamia backward. That's funny as hell. And then he put like Alolan form. He made a joke like, oh, this is the Alolan form. Because like Pokemon Sword and Shield had just come out, so it was like this novelty that there's like these different forms now, and a lot of them were like noted for being really goofy. So he made a version that was like similar to that idea. It's like instead like the bottom is human and the top is fish. It was really funny. It was a Super Kino painting too, drawing painting. Wait, is this? Yeah. Okay. Alright, so let's just give it all this bullshit. Let's... Now, what the fuck is this? What even is this? And why is it set to... I don't even know what that is. Show enemy attack. Oh, I see. It's just for checking. Yeah, that has nothing to do with this. Yep. Alright, that should do it. There should be no issues. Let me just... Oh! Fuck. I just realized. It just occurred to me that this is like hard to using 5 nums for the specific damage method. Let's just do that. I don't care at this point. Let's give the option if for some reason you need to override it, we want to add to it later. I don't know.
I don't know. Let's just do that. Okay, so why did we do that again? That's right. Because we wanted to modify it in the case that you missed. In the case that you missed, basically we just want to check if the target See, the reason it says like targets is an array is because I was thinking of having like area of effect attacks where you can hit multiple guys at once and stuff, but like I don't even know if I'm still gonna do that. I like having the option though, so I'll often like I'll often just like sometimes throw like a to do on there, like I'll just throw like a you know, like I'm saying this, but I don't know if this will ever even happen, to be honest. I mean, maybe we'll see. Okay, so if it missed, then well, first of all, we don't want any of this shit. So the thing with defending, I was thinking of having very good coexistence. I don't care about message, like in story. Like I don't care about the author's biases. Like I could read something where an author is clearly suggesting like pure evil shit. As long as they're like a good writer, I don't really care. And if they're, the thing about good writing is that like you can't be preachy with good writing anyway. Like you can imply what you think, but you can't make propaganda if it's good. So I'm just happy if something's good. Or at least interesting in some way. Doesn't even necessarily have to be that good. Like I'm fine with stuff when it's not even that good sometimes, as long as there's something interesting about it. Basically, we're just gonna load in the. Well, this has to happen either way. This has to happen either way. Wait. No. No, because this is the... No, that does not happen either way. Because in this case, if you missed... Wait a minute. Sorry. Because I just realized this is for... Yeah, this is for the enemy attacking you. So this is in the case of you getting hit, where this would be playing right now. So I think we need to know if well, either way, depending... Oh, okay. Right, because if it's a miss... It doesn't matter whether it's you getting hit or the enemy getting hit, because either way, like if it's a hit, then it tells who the target was who got damaged. And if it's a miss, then it just says who the user was and that they're attacked and hit. Yeah, so basically, wait, what? Caster. There you go. Oh wait, no, it's not caster. It's caster.owner. Yeah, the who's doing what thing is kind of convoluted. It's like you have spells, and then spells have info, and then within the info, you know what barrier used it, and then within the barrier has an actual combatant that has a name. Okay, so basically, when it comes to defending, I have I do not like protect in Pokemon. I don't like the move protect or detect. I watched BK. Well, I didn't watch it. I put it on as like a podcast. I listened to BKC's like 2-hour video on it. I've used it before in some Gen 3 matches and stuff. I do not like protect in Pokemon. I don't like the move. I don't like what it does to the game. I think it's awkward too, like just from a lore standpoint, like from a flavor standpoint, I think it's awkward. What I do like a lot is Substitute. And I think Substitute is really cool, and I thought Substitute always had potential for iterating on a lot in really interesting ways. And not the ways they did it. I don't like the ways like Shed Tail I don't think was a good idea. Shed Tail is just stupid. But I have a lot of cool ways that there's going to be a lot of different types of substitutes in the game and stuff. Like I'll show you one right now. Like Rhea, for example, will be able to summon a shield. And that's going to be similar to Substitute, but it's going to be a little bit more... The GIF is kind of... Oh, wait, hold on, sorry. Okay, yeah, so she'll be able to summon this shield thing. I might have to edit that sprite a little bit, but yeah, she'll be able to summon this shield thing. So that's one example of like a defense type thing, but it's going to be more similar to Substitute rather than an actual like guard. And then the, Necromancer has this little, and not just her, like other enemy, like if you fight like a wizard in the game, she has this little like Skyma guy she can summon. This guy. So he'll be like another form of Substitute, but he'll do different things than the shield and stuff. So that should be pretty interesting. So yeah, I really like Substitute. I don't like Protect. That is true, Will. It's like fun for trolling and stuff. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, I have played Battle Network. I like them a lot. I played it as a kid, like ages ago. Yeah, well, that's interesting, Nova, because like that's one of the things I really like about Gen 1 Substitute. I like how I'm pretty sure it's just like a coding mistake, but Substitute lets certain types of statuses in, but not others. And I think that's really cool because it's like, oh, what if there was... I don't like how later Substitute just blocks all statuses. I like the idea that it blocks some and not others, and therefore different types of subs could block different types of things and stuff. And I just think that's interesting. I like that a lot better. Okay, so we add that, and then we just add the miss message. All right, this should just work. Now in team battles, okay, so you see how there is this option here, Protect. I am going to be doing things quite a bit different, not quite a bit differently from Pokemon, but basically I want to make team battles so that they're more similar 2 single one-on-ones, but with some properties of team battles. But basically, I was considering that this protect option is sort of like a built-in, like, follow me. Like the equivalent Pokemon's follow me. But like a little bit different, because I know follow me is like kind of almost broken. I'll have to think about that later. We'll talk about that later. I don't know exactly. The protect option might just disappear altogether. I'm not sure. Okay, all right. It should. Now here's the question: the screen shake. The screen shake shit just probably shouldn't happen. I guess it just shouldn't happen. What happens if I try to do this in this day? Okay, all right. It should just. All right, interesting. Yeah, well, what if the screen shook but didn't make the sound and didn't go red? So that, at least that way you still know like an attack tried to happen. Yeah, Healing Wish is definitely interesting. I kind of forget what it does, but I do remember it being interesting. In Network 6, they have a setup. They set up everything to have a counter. Orders get blown away by wind. Enemies get pierced by a curse. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so it's getting into kind of like... Jonken type principles. I like that type of thing a lot, but it also depends on the implementation. Like, I like asymmetry. Oh, that's right. Yeah, Healing Wish was really cool. Thinking about it. Yeah, it's like it's like a defensive explosion. That's actually that was one of the things I really liked. I did like stuff like that. Like sometimes like they would really cook with the ideas. All right, so we want a version of shake hit where we want like a shake hit that misses. We want a shake hit that acknowledges you missed. Well, first off, when is the sound effect playing? Okay, here it is. Oh, here it is, yeah. Okay, so what we're gonna do is this. If the target received a miss... Wait, no, sorry. Yeah, no, we're gonna do it like this. This way I can edit it later if I want something to happen. If they received a miss, then we'll just do nothing. But I'll probably make a missing sound effect. I'll probably make a miss sound effect. Yeah, and now we want a version of shake hit that acknowledges if you missed or not. Yeah, I always thought I actually forgot what Doom Desire does. I always thought Future Sight was really cool. Like I was just saying, like symmetry in general, or
I tend to not like symmetry in RPGs. Like, I don't like when it's like, oh, water type has their equivalent version of this grass attack move, and then this has the like. And I like anything that's like weird and unique and shakes stuff up because I feel like it's just more narrative-y. Hametsu no Negai. Oh, that's right. I remember this. Yes. This was Jirachi's move, yes. This shit was chuny as fuck. The damage dealt uses the attack stat of the user and the defense stat of target at the time of move selection, not when it actually hits. Cannot land a crit. Cannot be protected by or endured. Yeah, this is pretty interesting. Yeah, I think the concept's really interesting, and I think I might put in something similar. Genso Ningyo Enbu, because there was way too much symmetry with the elements. Oh yeah. Yeah. I just like, I'm doing it whatever. I'm gonna do whatever I can with. Part of it is because I have to. I just don't have time to make the game that symmetrical, obviously. I'm not going to add like 500 attacks to this game. But I also just want it to be as asymmetrical as possible. Because like, one of the reasons like Pokemon in Gen 1 feel so much like what they are, like their flavor, like the way they fight feels so unique and feels so different. Part of that is just because every type is so asymmetrical. Like just by a Pokemon being like water, it already has done half the battle for you by just having a type. You know, it's already going to be really different from every other type. Besides a little bit of Pokemon, I never played an RPG. I would say all new, like I would say Chrono Trigger is the most accessible JRPG ever. It's very simple. It's very narrative-y, but it's like simple narrative, but it's a really good story with how little tools it has to tell it. Like, don't expect like, you know, don't expect Shakespeare, but it's like, it's a really, really cool game. And I highly suggest it if you want to see what the genre is all about. Yeah, you probably, yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking about that, Will. I'm definitely thinking about shit like that. Some of that stuff can get like a little bit weird because it can start getting into like lockdown moments. Like it can start introducing like, that's what I was saying. Like I also like to be a little bit careful with the rock, paper, scissors elements. Like I was thinking the other day for like, but I do like the idea a lot because it's dramatic. So anything that's dramatic, if you can just balance around it, you know, it could be really interesting. It could definitely be really interesting. But yeah, I was saying the other day how like I was playing. Yeah, exactly. Well, it's really interesting for that. I do like the idea. I'm definitely going to keep it in mind. Okay, so we don't want the flash color. We don't want the flash color. We don't want any of this if it's miss. Wait, what? Okay, if it didn't miss. Like for example, I was saying like I definitively decided like recently I really don't like effort values, or at least the way they were implemented. I really, really do not like effort values because they push everything to an extreme and thus make the game more rock, paper, scissors-y. Like, offensive Pokemon become really offensive, and defensive Pokemon become really defensive. What does that do? It makes it so that there's a lot more things one-shotting other things, and it makes it so that there's a lot more things that just can't break through another thing. I don't like that. I like the more tug-of-war feeling, where everything kind of has a chance against everything type feeling, sort of.
So when you put these like hard blocks in, like you cannot hit this thing with this type of attack. That can get like a little dicey, but if you just design well for it, it can be extremely interesting. And it feels good too. It feels good to pop something in that sucks something up. Like that just feels good. So it's definitely on the table for sure. And like even though it feels bad for the person who did it, it feels bad in a good way. Like, oh fuck, he got me. Like that's a good feeling. All right, well I think that's it. I think we just did it. I think this should work. Yeah. Yes, exactly. Yeah, like unorthodox like build option things can absolutely happen. Sometimes for better, sometimes for worse. All right, let's see. Let's get hit. Let's just heal it real quick. Just make sure all this shit is working. All right, now let's go into the freaking shadow. Yeah, it should. I feel like it should shake less. It should definitely shake less, but it needs to shake a little bit. It should definitely shake less though. And there definitely needs to be a sound effect, like a whoosh. I don't know what it'll be yet though. But I do like that. I do like what just happened. Let's just. Yeah. Let's make it so that yeah, it shakes less. Let's make it shake less. So basically, oh, the amount. Basically, we're just gonna do it like this. I don't know if it's like wasteful to. I don't know if this is like a wasteful, kind of stupid way to do it, but this is how we're gonna do it. We're just. We're just gonna divide the amount by 2 if it missed. We'll just leave it at that. It's probably something smarter to do, but. Thank you, Fuzzy. Thank you. I'm very happy to hear you say that. I actually just enhanced them recently, so they're looking a little better now than they used to. All right, I need to change that text. Yeah, that's better. That's much better. That is much better. I think 2 is too much, though. I think it should be divided by 1 point. Let's just say 6. I had this idea of Pokemon fan game where with a character that you can just read your mind as that can just read your mind. Also uses stuff like Shin. Oh yeah, that would be fun as fuck. That would be really fun. Maybe Castle should have an encounter like that, like a mind reader. That would actually be really fucking cool. Oh, it would be really interesting too because like that would actually pair really, really well with what I'm doing. Yeah, we got to remember that. We got to remember that because that's a good idea. I mean, yeah, exactly. The Satori of the game. Satori. And then maybe there could be maybe she could even have a sister. Have like a Kohishi in there. Who's insane, who's schizo-pilled. Yeah, let's take a note. I like that a lot. Actually, you know what? You know what we're gonna do? I'm gonna put it in the. I'm gonna put it actually in the enemy behavior. Put a note in the enemy behavior. Yeah, that's really sick. Hopefully you don't mind me copping that. Yeah, I'm kind of similar, Nova. Yeah, I'm kind of similar. Okay, now let's just get rid of it so it doesn't say strike every time. Let's make it so that the ability actually says what the ability is supposed to be. So what we're gonna do first is we'll just change the default text on it so that yeah, this shouldn't say strike text. This should say it's gonna give me shit when I actually. You know what? I'm gonna leave this called strike text. Fuck. Just because I don't want to rock the boat. And it's actually going to be easier for me to know. Oh, yeah, strikes the ability. So, of course, that's that. What the I didn't just do something stupid. I didn't just move something around. I don't think I did. We're going to call this. That way, if it just says ability, we know something went wrong. Well, really what this is like an active ability because some things just won't have. Not every ability. Oh, see, do not steal. Everything. Not everything will have like an active ability, but I don't know. We'll see. We will see. Maybe everything will have an active ability. Some things having active abilities and other things not having it that would feel kind of cheap. Okay, all right. So let's just change that text. That's all we got to do. We just got to change the text. So it's just the Codo option 3. So basically, all we gotta do is set it so that. Oh, yeah. Every single time the Codo menus pops up. That's when we have to change it because you can switch between characters, so it might change each time. So I don't want to have to overwrite the text every single time, though. That's kind of annoying. I mean, not like annoying. Like I feel like that's just a bad idea. Like normally I wouldn't mind, but I don't know what Godot does. I don't know what wokedot is doing. Like under the hood. So I'm just gonna change it every time you enter. Attack select. Right. So like here's where I would do it. I forgot how the menus work again. Is it like in options? Yeah, I think it would be in options, and I think it would always be option. It's always going to be option 4, right? Or no, because it's 0 is spells. 1 is barrier. 2, yeah, it's always option 3. Fuck. Oh, there really should just be a method for this, like rewrite the. That way it could dynamically change. I'm not gonna worry about it. Not gonna worry about it. Focus player dots. Okay. So this just has to happen whenever it moves to attack select. This has to happen. Is that the only time? What? Oh. Doesn't it also happen early on though? Why is that the only? Why is that the only time it enters attack select? There's definitely one missing. I'm genuinely confused. Like, how does it get to the first? How does it get back to this? I'm pretty sure the fucking searcher is just being a weird champ. That makes no sense. Because oh, okay. I'm starting to get what's happening. I'm starting to get what's happening. What the hell is this also? That was a mistake. That was me trying to type in. That was me trying to search. Oh, I see. Because it has to go to the turn hub to get here in the first place. Okay, in that case, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Yeah, Wobbuffet's a really interesting one. The way he's like all counter based. I wanted to do a lot of really interesting fleshed out counter things in this game because I think counter is just so interesting. I really like the Gen 1 counter. I mean, as always, I always like everything in Gen 1 better, but I really like the Gen 1 counter. How it's not like, oh, physical versus special. It's literally just normal fighting. It has to be normal or fighting. But and you might think like, oh, that's overly simple. But no, that's actually interesting as fuck because it's like, then you can do things like scout with Earthquake instead of using a body slam, but Earthquake's weaker, so you have to pay the price of like scouting with it and stuff or whatever. It's just so interesting. I love the way it's like, oh, there's a shadow. I love the way it just works on. I love the specificity. Also, counter is incredibly rewarding in Gen 1, especially because of Chansey and stuff. And I really, really like that specificity factor of it. I just really, really like that. And so I was thinking of like, having degrees of like having like degrees of having like different types of counters and stuff. Okay, everything's working. Having like different types of counters and stuff. And like a ton of different types. Also, another thing is, I was actually gonna make an entire video on this at some point. Submenus. Pokemon outlawed some. There was one time ever that Pokemon used submenus, and it was for Mimic. In campaign mode only, not in versus mode. Mimic pulls up a submenu in the original Pokemon Red and Blue, but only if you're in one-player mode. And it's so fucking interesting that they decided that like submenus had to be outlawed. Yes, it pulls up a fucking submenu, which is so. I don't know. Maybe you have to have like brain rot or something to find that as interesting as I do. But like, I just find that so fucking interesting that they were willing to put an attack with a submenu in one time, but they could have changed the entire design philosophy of the series to regularly use submenus from that point on. Anyway, point is that Castle will have submenus for attacks if need be. So think about a counter attack with a submenu. How many interesting things you could do with that? Like you could set what type of thing you're expecting. And the more specific, like the better your guess has to be, the more specific your guess has to be, like the higher the reward could be. I just think that's interesting as fuck. Okay, so now the less... Yeah, exactly. It's just not kid-friendly. Yet they double battles are kind of inherently sub-menu-y, but I guess that's why they kept double battles away from the kids still, though. Oddly. I don't know. Yeah, it was probably a pain to program as well. Well, actually, it's funny, Will, because I've actually been modding in, like, additional sub-menu stuff into Red and Blue. It's been, like... I mean, I haven't had time... I, like, basically never have time to work on it. But, yeah, it's been an interesting thing to code in. Especially if you don't... Like, I got it so that Disable can pick whatever move you want. But then you have to change the code for like 2-player, and it gets kind of complicated. And that's just picking a move. But like, now I want my next thing is to try to get it so that I can have Metronome pick a type, and then Metronome will just pull from that type's pool. That's my next little modding project, and I think that'll be super interesting. Because, like, imagine if Metronome could let you pick the type, then Metronome would have been, like, viable. Metronome would have been, like, kind of a good move. I think that's insanely interesting. Alright, so now we just got to get it so that you go out of the shadow state when your turn starts. Well, no. That's right. Oh, fuck. I forgot that the shadow state is kind of complicated. This is how the shadow state works. You have to use a curse. Your next turn, you enter the shadow state, then you stay in the shadow state until you use a curse move, but you can only use curse moves while in the shadow state. And when you use the curse move in the shadow state, it has no speed lag on it, because the way Castle works is that every attack has speed lag. It's not like Pokemon where there's a priority system. Instead, there's a speed lag system, which is like more in line with other RPGs. Like here's the speed lag value. Like this is the number it subtracts from your speed. Shadow Force, yes, it is a lot like that. It's basically a dive. It's a dive type
thing, but the difference is you're not limited to one type attack. You can use it. It'd be like if Shadow Force let you use any ghost attack. Just to make it more interesting. Well, you'll see. You'll see. I'll talk all about it in the video. Okay, so basically we got to make it so that you automatically exit the... So that you select nothing. Oh, this is kind of annoying. We have to make it so that you select nothing and you just exit the state if you have no curse moves available to use. So we have to actually make it so that it checks both if you have curse moves available to use and if they're you have enough mana to use them. So let's first of all, we need a shadow exit message. We need a shadow exit message. Here's the thing. I'm thinking that exiting shadow should effectively just be its own move, I guess. Okay, here's the thing. I'm trying to think. Also, does woke dot let you play animations backwards? Oh, no, before we test that. Oh, you mean how he had like multiple forms and shit? Yeah, I always thought that there was a lot of interesting things with that for sure. I thought Giratina was interesting. I thought like it was fun. Gen 4 was funny because like the legendaries were genuinely like interesting. And they felt like I gotta make sure it works when you're fighting her. Fuck, wait, we forgot. I gotta set it so that she just does it by default. I thought the Gen 4 legendaries were like really interesting. It just like by that point in time, it felt like the game was supposed to have like a complex narrative and shit. And it was like really frustrating for it to not. It was really frustrating. Like it felt like the series had gone on too long for us to just be enthused to just make up our own lore and be happy with that, especially with the higher resolution graphics and stuff. And I think that's why I'm like I like half found it really interesting and half found it really not interesting. But I think the design is really, really interesting at any rate. Oh, and there's even evidence that like I think it's really interesting that one thing you can actually see evidence that they would like force them to cut out planned story stuff and shit. Anyway, a lot of interesting lore with that whole thing. Like people kept wanting to put stories in these things and they kept like forcing them to like cut it out and shit. Really interesting. All right, so we're gonna make it so that she does the we're just gonna make it so that when you try to slash, she just does the ability. And let's see if it works. I mean, if I plugged in everything right, it should just work. Oh, shit, that's right. It's going to glitch if she doesn't enter, because only one of her zooms has a... Only one of her zooms has the...
attack. Oh wait, characters always go to their front zoom before they attack, so I think I don't need to do it. I think it should just work automatically. Let's do this. Let's attack with a normal move. Let's attack with a normal move. Now let's see if it works. Oh yeah, sure enough. Sure enough. Why does it not like that? Is the ability coming up? No. Is the ability coming up? No. An all-type Pokemon has only one weakness, Rock. That's mad interesting. It was a workaround. Yeah, since they couldn't make them every type. Yeah. I actually didn't play that well. Because by the time I bought Platinum, but then I was like kind of weaning off gaming in general. But I know that Platinum made the games way better. Yeah, I wish they just gave it its own type. That would have been really interesting. Could have been like sort of like Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Introducing Divine Beast. What the fuck? What's it? No, like I mean it gets it. It says it's spell. It's not null. It's not null, so why did... Oh, I wonder if... I have some ideas. Oh. Is it just because I didn't... I think it's just because I didn't give her speed stats by accident. Or no, I thought I did. No, I think I didn't. No, I mean, she has speed stats. What the hell is it missing? What's it? Oh. Oh, it's because it's because it doesn't have an owner, I guess. Because, like, when you set a... Yeah, when you set a spell, it needs, like, its caster and all. It needs all its info. That's why. Why was hers fine, though? Why is Strike fine? That's weird. That is weird. Well, I have some ideas as to why that happened. Yeah, I wanted to go back to all of them at some point because like I didn't get to like play most of them. Like past past 4 and including Platinum, I didn't even get to play them. I know like Pokemon campaigns are mindless and retarded, but I did want to see them at some point. Yeah, with God type, that would have been cool as fuck. Yeah, the three system was dumb. It was definitely dumb. Like, it was just overboard and, like... Yeah, well, exactly, Nova. I did want to play like you some because I really like a lot of things about the art direction in those, and also that like interesting quality, like I was saying, where like it feels like there's like a deleted like story in it. Oh no, the caster is supposed to be. Because the caster has to be a barrier, right? Yeah, the caster should always be... It should always be your base barrier. Because characters have like a base barrier that's like your no barrier, basically. Yeah, because like the no... Yeah, no barrier is always barrier 0. Let's just move this. Let's move that. Why is it? It shouldn't be doing that. It should be. This shouldn't even be here. Go on. Because when it dupes a barrier, it should automatically switch all the. When it dupes a barrier, the constructor should automatically move all the. It should automatically switch the owner to the new barrier. Yeah, because it creates a new. It copies over all the spells. Because when you copy a spell, that should change the owner. Because it copies all the effects. Creates new targets. Okay, and then when you copy the info... Owner. Where the fuck is owner? Power use, owner. No, I think the constructor does not switch the owner automatically of the spell, which is bad. Because it would make it so that people start using... It thinks the wrong person owns it. So basically what we need is... Because who owns the owner? Where even is owner? Who owns? Okay, so it's in the... Oh, the caster. Caster is what we need to change. Caster and owner. Holy shit. That's a lot of fucking bullshit. Okay, so that is in info. Okay. Yeah, exactly. No, but at least the art direction was still there. Yeah, those look terrible, those so-called remakes. They look so low quality. Oh yeah, it didn't even do plat. Yeah, I watched like some of a vid on it. Super bizarre. Super bizarre stuff. That that company, man. Fucking insane. Right, so it just doesn't do anything about the owner. But basically, I think the way it should be done is that I think whenever you copy a spell, it should always require you to give it an owner. Um, so and okay, all right. So now it'll always demand that whenever you copy a spell, you specify who the caster is, and that should take care of that. Of course, now I have to update a bunch of shit. That way, I don't have to do annoying bullshit, such as right. This line doesn't even need to be here at all because the barrier already knows who its owner is. I have no idea why I even do this. Let me think about this for 2 seconds to see if this was not an act of retardation. Why would it specify that its owner is already itself? That makes no sense. If this already is this. Yeah, that was retarded. I don't know why I did that. Every single instance of this should not be here. Of course, it already knows who its fucking owner is. I just assigned it the thing itself. All right, so we can kill that off. Yes, and now we don't need to specify the caster anymore for any of this crap. Because it's just part of the constructor. It's just part of the copy constructor argument. Just kill all this. So this all belongs to the and this is supposed to belong to the no barrier, which is always barrier 0. Okay.
Yeah, those also looked like fast ones. I actually really wanted to play those though because of I guess like 3 different reasons. They looked retarded though. I mean, everything that company puts out looks retarded. But... Yeah, oh, 30 hours, man. I'm envious of you. I wish I put 30 hours into it, and not the amount of hours I actually put into it and Sapphire. You just killed them? Yeah. I think every kid did that. I think every kid had an experience of killing legendaries and then getting made fun of by their friends. All right, let's see the meme. It's so funny. Yeah, I know this meme format. Oh, I just had my screen showing the entire time. I hope that didn't just show something it shouldn't have. This fucking meme format is so funny. Cause this started as like not ironic. This format. It started as a non-parody. Oh. Yeah, manly fucking backpack. More pockets than you know what to do. It was always like... It was so funny because when you'd get the... when back when like you'd get that type of shit unironically, like... For some reason... it's not for some reason, but like... The type of era where that type of shit would be unironic was when... Oh, wait. We can just get rid of all this. Okay, because it all goes to the nightmare. The type of period when that was done ironic was when, like... You know, like the new male, like... You know, soy boy, soy jack based thing. When that was, like... That was, like, not... Like, that didn't have, like, a word for it. And like as everyone knows, those are like, you know, very, very not manly people. But they would always be obsessed with talking about manliness. Like when it came to like media, it would always be like, yo. I mean, that's where the Chuck Norris memes come from. The Chuck Norris memes are literally like soy boys creating these like totally like homoerotic like I really. Like wish I had a super dad type shit, but it was like not ironic. Like those were like ironic, the cringy Chuck Norris memes, but like it's based on, it's coming from a really non-ironic source. Anyway, funny as fuck. I don't know why I just put spaces there. It doesn't matter. I'm just going to go ahead and give her... the repairability on this one. Because, I mean, none of these are finalized. These are all just kind of testing. But I'm going to go ahead and give the repairability. So the HP is way too high. I don't know what the HP is going to finally be, but I don't want it to be that high. Just for now, we'll just do some 500. Let's see, spells 4, and this should be okay. All right, so everything should be good now. It should automatically... You can't add a spell without giving it
an owner. You can't copy a spell over without giving it an owner. That way you don't have to specify. The owner shit should take care, the caster shit should take care of itself automatically. We gotta do the same thing down here though. Specify the no barrier first. Oh, this is fucking annoying. Stuff like this is where I say like, oh, a slave assistant would be really nice. I had a John Blow stream on, and he was saying the same thing. Like, why do I have to do this shit? This is brainless work. A assistant should be doing this. Let's see. I forgot. I honestly forgot that design, Nova. I imagine it was good though. Santiago Sonic meme. Tails gets trolled. No, I haven't heard that. I know about Tails bench though. I wish I could unknow about it though. Alright, let's clear this shit out. Clear this shit out. It's it's almost like the Tails equivalent of your Nike. This goes to the ghost square. Ghost square. Okay. Alright, we did it. Now everything should automatically have a thing. Everything should automatically have a owner and all that shit. Alright, let's see what happens now. Let's see what happens now. Okay, it just didn't build. What the fuck is this? Oh, because it needs a... It needs a... Because when you copy a barrier, it copies all the spells into the new barrier. And just make sure I'm not doing something stupid. Yeah, because the caster becomes the caster. Shit. Yeah, he draws a blonde Hakujin Jose. Either buying Wonder. Yes, I have seen that. Or Shinrin Hakai. Yeah. I haven't seen the Shinrin Hakai memes. I have seen the bread. Feels like some I don't know, it feels like some MK Ultra type shit. Feels like some dark shit is behind that. What the fuck? What's its issue? What is it not happy with? It's just like one of those things that just feels dark. Wait, what the fuck is this? What is this? Why does it say test e-barrier? How did this even happen? Why does the constructor say this? This shouldn't be called this. I don't even know what's going on here. What's it not happy about? Not set to an instance. When? When is this happening? When is this getting called? What's the issue? 188. The owner base owner. Oh, because it has to copy the owner if it... Why would it copy the owner, though? Usually if you're copying a barrier, you don't care about copying the owner. Let's just do this. Well, first of all, do I always want to copy the owner anyway? Not really. I'd rather manually assign the owner. I'd rather manually assign the owner. Well, I mean, I might as well. I guess I might as well copy it by default, and that way, if I'm not happy with, I could just change it manually after. I just don't understand why it's like if there's an owner there, I might as well copy it. And then, you know, I could just, because that way, like, if, you know, the default could just be to copy the owner, and then, you know, I can always just manually change it after if I'm not happy with it. So this way, copying this will copy the owner with it. Oh, I see. It's because we can't build the no barrier until the fucking... Okay, let's just move. Okay, I see what's happening. Just move all this shit. Yeah, the ability has to get assigned last. Alright. And then we gotta do the same thing here. Because the ghost barrier isn't initialized yet. This shouldn't be a thing. This shouldn't be a thing. Alright, that should do it. Yo, Kara. What if co-op? I don't know. I want verses. I honestly want. I want online verses. But I don't know about co-op. I don't know if there's a way to make co-op make sense. If there is a way, though, it would be cool. It's food for thought. Oh, shit. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. What is it not happy about? It's still doing that bullshit. It still says that it's null. That this... Because what's the null part? That the... Is the owner null? Shit. Don't do that. Don't do that. Oh, that's actually... Hoshino, that's actually the old Ijo and Hikaru shows. Like Game Wave, Game Catalog. We're on 1996. Kyugatsu Juhachi Nichi. Which I don't know what month that... Oh, that's September, I think. Yeah, that's September. The 4 core tenets of object-oriented program. I don't know, Kara. I'm sorry. I hate OOP. I don't remember the tenets. I make everything public. Do Japanese academics respect VNs? They have no language barrier. I assume their mentality. Some people have tried to do it. Yeah, print stuff to console to debug. Exactly. Okay, so the owner is null. So the owner is null. The owner is null. Is the caster null? That's the next question. Yes, kill myself. Yes, and last but not least, kill myself. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. It's just like there's been like a growing thing of like, okay, so the barrier just doesn't have an owner? Why is the barrier not set to have an owner? Okay, I obviously just fucked up. It's got a barrier, but it doesn't have a fucking owner. There's been more and more like this. It's kind of the same way. It's kind of the same way like Otis stuff has like been gradually, like you've been gradually getting more like. Yes, sorry, please get it right. It kind of has been like influencing like politics and stuff more. There's been more. I've heard people say like, oh, they're like professor or something assigned them like literally like light novels have been like showing up and stuff. There was a tweet that was take your time, Elna. There was a tweet that was going around like on Japanese Twitter that was like making kind of a big deal about like, oh, holy shit, I can't remember what it was, but something showed up in there. Some light novel showed up in there. Like as like a reading excerpt, like an excerpt showed up on like a test or something. Yeah. Kind of wild. Definitely kind of wild. Okay, so basically the barrier just never got assigned to the owner. The barrier's owners never got defined. This barrier has an owner. This one has an owner. This one has an owner. This should copy the owner. So this one should be fine. This one should have an owner as well. Why the fuck is that not working? Oh. Oh, I see why. I see why. It's because this is what we need to do. It's, I don't know. I still don't I don't use C# when I don't have to, and this is just weird, like C# shit. I don't even know why I was doing that indirection in the first place. I don't know why I was creating this middleman. There's no reason for it. Basically, because if you assign to something, if you assign to a object that hasn't been initialized, it will work as a pointer, but it won't. It won't. I don't know. It's just weird shit. Like it will just point to the chunk of the object. It won't actually let you access. It won't let you dereference the object, basically, is what I'm trying to say. Thus, you can't actually do anything with the object. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, if you don't initialize an object, but you assign it an object, it won't let you dereference the object. Unless there's a way to do that, and I just don't know. Okay, it's still fucked. What's its issue? It still doesn't have an owner. Let's do this. Let's find out what the... Let's just make sure we know. Oh, the name's probably going to be unknown because I think I never set a name on these. Yeah, the name is unknown. Okay. That's fine though. I know which one it is. So for some reason it did not carry over the owner. Yes, I would too. Although I don't know if I'd have it. I don't know if I'd have clan add because it'd be. I feel like it'd be too much to get into, but maybe not. Yeah. Not making your own engine. What the heck, much? C++ers. Let's go. It's when JB drops Jai, the long anticipated Jai will switch to Jai. We'll make an engine in Jai. He actually said he's gonna release an engine too, but I don't know what's gonna be. Yes, Saya Nouta would be in it. I would put Saya. Saya would be easy to teach people, for sure, and it's quick. The assembly chats. Yeah, I actually just recently was kind of getting into some assembly stuff. I actually enjoy it a lot. I thought it would be a lot harder than it is, but like, it's really not that hard. It's shockingly not that. Okay, to be fair, I was doing assembly on a Game Boy. Maybe a real computer is a little more complicated. But, like, I didn't mind dealing with the stack and all that shit. Like, you know, having to push and pop and all that stuff. I didn't mind. I found that wasn't too unintuitive. Also, the fact that you know everything that's happening is kind of just nice, you know? It's nice to know what the fuck is happening instead of having to guess. But yeah, let's see. Oops. Don't do that. Alright, so basically we just got to figure out why. We just got to figure out why it's not remembering who its fucking owner is. Like, it should remember. Let's, the second we make... Yeah, let's see. Let's see. If it doesn't have the owner here, we know what went wrong. Because, let's do it like this. Alright, let's take a look. Let's see what the frick we get. Let's see what we get. Well, I probably should have printed this out in a different... Whoa. Okay, the constructor just didn't work altogether. So the barrier constructor seems to be fucked. Oh. Oh, it's because it never fucking actually returns. Are you supposed to do that? I'm like getting some real C#. Like, are constructors supposed to return their fucking object? Are you supposed to do like a return this at the end of the constructor? Structures do not have a return type. No, it does not return a value. Constructor is not supposed to return any type of value. Yeah, because you say new. New is supposed to give you the. New is supposed to take care of that. What's its issue? Why is it not? Why is it not constructing? What is its issue? Oh. Oh, it's because I think you have to do this. I'm not even kidding. I think you have to do this. This is probably not the intended way to use. This is probably not the intended way to use C#, but I think you have to do it like this. It's their fault for making this thing retarded. It's not my fault. Okay, no, that doesn't do it either. I really don't understand why the copier's not working. Why can it not copy over? Why is the constructor just not working? It's weird as fuck. Oh, my bad. I see what's happening. No, that's not the issue. That's not the issue. Because we could just do this. It's just owner that's fucking up. My bad. No, the constructor worked fine. I'm getting angry at the wrong thing. Okay. Yes. It's working, yes. It just doesn't have an owner. Okay. It's just because the fucking owner Owner did not work because the constructor did not copy over the owner for some reason. Oh my fucking god. That's the issue. That's the fucking problem. Okay, alright. Alright, all should be right now. Okay, we did it. Holy shit. Alright. I am sorry for that. I was cooking up some real strange ideas about how C# works for a second there. Yeah, exactly, Caro. Yeah, like, yeah, these, dude, you wouldn't believe. Yeah, exactly, Caro. Yep, coincidentally, yep, exactly. Yeah, you wouldn't believe. You wouldn't believe what you'd be seeing indie devs doing now. They're making these fucking graphs and like, yeah, exactly. I'm using the bare minimum of Godot, woke dot. We are back. Welcome back, Elna. Sneed Sharp, yeah, Sneed Sharp. You wouldn't believe the fucking visual scripting insanity I see from people, and then they get into their project and they're like a well-made game should get easier to add for the farther it goes. It shouldn't get harder. And there's these like memes on YouTube that like game dev gets like harder and harder the more your project grows. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, it should get easier. Like, is it as hard to like mod Mario 64 as it was to make Mario 64? No. And that game was even coded in a rush. Like, it shouldn't get harder. It should get easier. It's just like madness. It's like, yeah, it's going to get harder when you're... Oh, what really sends me up the wall is people have been throwing around the word refactoring in like indie... These non-coder indie devs, they keep saying refactoring. It's like, dude, it's not refactoring when your shit doesn't work like at all. And then you make it like kind of work. That's just making it kind of work. Anyway. Okay, that wasn't supposed to happen. And the animation didn't trigger. Alright, that was definitely not supposed to happen. The fade outs are just not working. Now the animations are all just broken in general. Alright, the game just got super weird, champ. And now it's just straight up glitched. Alright, well, let's see the first... Okay, that's the problem. Fade out broke for some reason. Yeah, exactly. Refactor, yeah. A job for Pooland. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, non-coder dev is an oxymoron. It makes no sense. It's just so stupid. It's so stupid. Okay. Oh, because it's null here. Because there's no... because I'm trying to... Because if you throw a null in there, it's... if you throw a null in there, it's supposed to fade in and out the background, but not worry about the character shit. So basically, we just want to skip the shit if it's null. Yeah, exactly, Kara, yeah. Yeah, prompt develop. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of insane. Wait, no, don't do this. That's not where we want this. The combat is not null. Yeah, we don't want to worry about any of this shit. Or we only want to do any of this shit if... if the combat is not null. Because... command's not null, then do all this shit. Because all this shit relies on there being a combatant. Otherwise, we just worry about this shit. Alright, that should fix it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm JB talks about how much he hates C++ these days, like how apparently it just whoa. Alright, well that completely broke it. I gotta rethink this solution. JB talks about yeah, how it's just a fucking it's an absolute clusterfuck these days. It's one of the reasons he wanted to make his you know, Jai. So we have hopes for Jai. I mean, if JB's thing is good, I mean, I'll definitely make future games with that. If it's a good thing. He said that, yeah, he said he's going to put out like a whole engine thing with a very different philosophy than like these annoying like Unity-based engine things. Okay, so the issue we're getting is that because if I don't understand why it's like not doing anything in the case of the fade in, fade out is just not working at all when we oh, I see. Okay, this is the issue. Get rid of that. Then we wrap all this in combatant not being null. Yeah. Okay, that should do it. Right, that should do it. Okay, alright. Looks like everything is working again. Let's just run around real quick, just make sure everything's working. Okay. Alright, now let's see what the frick happens. Alright, well... That definitely didn't do what it was supposed to do. Oh, it must... Okay, now everything broke. Again, what the fuck? Oh. Her target must be fucked. Her target's fucked. Her target is fucked. Yeah, because she targeted... The shadow ability actually worked on Rhea. It didn't work on she herself because the AI doesn't... Well, we're not going to use that word AI. We're going to use the word CPU behavior. CPU behavior targets... doesn't know what to do with the fucking shadow spell, so it targeted the enemy. Where the fuck is the CPU here? Right. So there's got to be. I don't want to just have to keep creating or equal or style equals blah blah blah. There's gonna have to be a nicer way to do this at some point, but for now we're just gonna keep stacking the ors. All right, that should do it. That should do it. Rust is terrible for game dev because making changes. Yeah. Yeah, JB's games are ass. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. JB's games kind of suck. Yeah. Jai has been in like perpetual development. Yeah, that's the nice thing, Kara. Yeah, you can use older versions of C++. How about all? Does C# have that? I honestly don't know. Like C# has a like what does all even do? Is that C# can run these? I don't know if it's like an add-on to it, but yeah, because C# can do these like SQL type queries. So you can like basically run STL, or you can run like SQL type queries on any of your data within C#. I never use it because I never have a reason to, but it might just use that as its like equivalent stuff. I'm honestly not sure. I haven't dealt with like big data lists in so long. Oh, yeah, I see. Oh, okay, I see. I'll look into that, Will, then. Yeah, I'll look into that. Rust requires socks, yeah. Not a full game, Fumo. I mean, like, I've been coding just shit since... Yo, Bobby, we're back. The West is saved. Yeah, let's fucking go. I've been coding, like, as a hobby since I was a teenager, but, like... Have I finished a game in code? No. And do I code that often? No, not that often. I forget a lot of basic stuff. I went to get a job like many years ago in code and shit, and that was web dev shit. And I quit it in like one day because I can't stand web dev. At least like doing it for other people. Like I wouldn't mind web deving something for myself. Whoa, what the fuck? She... Okay, well, it's like kind of working. It's kind of working. Like, she did disappear and all that shit. It's just like... She did disappear, and you can, in fact, not hurt her. But... Oh, it should probably say miss. It should probably say miss text I'll have to add that to my things to do right now. I need to create a little like sprite that says miss sprites. But for some reason it didn't play the animation that actually makes her disappear. I don't know why it didn't. Because first of all, let's check. We want no, not this. We want what the fuck? There it is. We want it to do that. Let's see what its issue is why it's not doing that. Nick says this is good for drones and stuff. Have to learn Haskell. Yeah, it would be nice. It would be nice to not be on Windows for sure. That would be nice for sure. Maybe I can hire a whole tech support team once we're doing really well. They can hook us up with all the. They can hook us up with all the good shit. Okay. Oh, I see what the issue was. Yeah. Fuck, don't do that. Basically, the enemy support function just wasn't written yet. Or not function, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, this shit just wasn't done yet. I forgot I didn't do that. Okay, so basically, it just needs to check if it's trying to do some shadow shit. It will do some shadow shit. Oh, the only issue is, yeah, it does have to make sure ahead of time that it's the right sprite. So it has to do the shift. It has to do the shift to. I really should have made a method out of this. I didn't though, because like in anticipation of different states like having different requirements. I have this like fucking massive wall of text that I paste when I need the enemy to sort of fade to a different zoom. Oh fuck. Yeah, but we're gonna have to, because it has to make sure that the enemy's in zoom state. It has to make sure that the enemy's in zoom state 0. It needs to make sure zoom is. Right. I think if you just set it to go to enemy, they'll naturally. Oh, you know what? I'm pretty sure if upon execution, it just sets the zoom state. I think it just takes care of itself. I'm pretty sure. Like, I'm pretty sure if. Yeah, like in this case. Wait, no. So, what is this? Right. Oh, fuck. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Yeah. Oh no, it just goes right to enemy support in this case, meaning it wouldn't take care of the... No, it would, because it would have already faded to the... Well, let's just see. Let's just see what happens. Right, because it would already take care... Yeah, it takes care of all the zoom shit here. No, never mind. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. There's no copy pasting needed. It is fine. Because I forgot, there's supposed to be like a zoom state linked to... There's supposed to be a zoom state linked to each move. I think... I can't remember. Oh, no, there's a zoom state linked to it for like when you attack an enemy with it, but not when the enemy actually uses it. That's the only issue. Because typically, when the enemy attacks, they always just go to zoom whatever, or just use the last zoom that they were on. So in this case, I think I'll just literally just set it to be a special... yeah, so if it's not the player and they use a move, I'll just make sure that they... I'll just make sure that the enemy is... how the fuck do you get... Where is zoom? Where? Oh. Spell it. Well, no, that's the spell info. How much the enemy should be zoomed out. Oh, I see. Because, all right, I see how I did it. My bad. I'm just forgetting how to do some of the shit I set up. The Linux desktop situation is a mess. Oh, my Windows is the IoT. Oh, so you got 2031. All right, let's fucking go. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Caro. Yeah. Oh, yeah, most emulators, yeah, do work well on Linux. That's good. Yeah, I've heard wine is fucked. Yeah, exactly. Just have both, yeah. I did have that for one period, like during my more like serious coding period. I did have it that I would switch between both. But that was kind of short-lived, if I'm to be perfectly honest. Basically, Oh, I see what I did. Yeah, because when it goes to the enemy, yeah, basically what it does is where is it? Okay, here it is. Yeah, basically if I haven't had to read this back in a decent bit. But basically, yeah, it centers. This really should say focused enemy, not the enemy zero. I'm going to have to change that later. Any case of the enemy zero really should be focused enemy. I don't feel like changing that right now, though. But yeah, okay, so it centers the enemy and then... Oh, that's right. That's what it does. It checks to see... It checks to see if it's not faded in or not. And if it's not, it fades it in. Right, okay, yeah, then this is what it does. This is what it does to switch. This is when the enemy fades, like, forward. Like, the enemy fades out and then fades in closer. Or farther away. If it's not matching... If it's not matching the zoom. So basically, we just want to do this. Yeah, it's basically this entire thing. This is basically like, oh, make sure enemy is the zoom you want type logic. And I think it has like an equivalent for when the enemy does an attack. It's kind of stupid. Like it really should be a. Yeah, it does the same fucking thing here. This is really it. This is literally it. It is slightly different, which is why I probably didn't want to make it a method, because it is slightly different than the logic that goes into the other case. But this I could probably just this could probably just be called like make sure enemy is make sure enemy like make it, enemy fade close type thing. Yeah, I'm trying to think if this is independent. If this code is independent, you can just be kind of set, because that way you could set it to, you could switch the, you could set it to like, go far out if you want or whatever. You could have more control over it. Yeah, all right, let's do that. Let's create a thing and we'll just call it like, it'll just return like a bool, like if it's like good, if it's done. And we'll just call it like ensure zoom or something. And it will just be all this bullshit. This is in the graphic handler, right? Yeah. Right. It also needs the focused enemy. Okay. My dear friend Noko Tan. Is that Shika Noko whatever? It's pretty dumb. Like it's not like the worst I read like 2 volumes of it. It's not like the worst thing ever, but it's like not good. It's not like real writing. It's just silly gag manga shit. The main reason it got popular was because the artist is extremely like the artist is like a really famous skilled illustrator, and that's like basically the sole reason it got any attention. That's like pretty much all you need to know. Like the art's really nice. Yeah, well, it's just not that good. Yeah, it's really just not that good. I love the fucking artist though, so I enjoyed it just because of the. I didn't really watch the anime. I kind of background watched some of it. But I really like the artist, so I enjoyed reading the manga just for the art. Again, like not the worst thing ever. Like, you know, there's certainly worse manga. There's no shortage of worse manga out there, but yeah, it's it's manga though for sure. No, Bochi was good. Kirara has like real writing. Kirara always has. Oh fuck! We gotta give it the fucking delta. Kirara always has my back. It's like the one exception in manga where like they consistently put out a good standard. Like Hoshikuzu, for example, like no one even was talking about that, but that was good. That was probably better than Bochi. It just didn't get as good as of a production. It's just like most manga is just like not good. But the thing about Kirara is it keeps a close relationship like with like the VN culture and all that shit. So it's always just like so much better for it. Plus like the format is just inherently better. The fact that it's like not doing like genre shit. Like genre driven bullshit. Like, you know, super cheap like just like cheap you know, like weekly milking nonsense and all that. Oh, this is supposed to return a bool when it's done. Oh, fuck, I just realized. No, this won't work because... does not equal... Yeah. Ensure enemy zoom 0. Yes, that will do it. That will do it. Okay, this should work. This should work. Focused enemy, assume level 0, and then just the delta, just pass the delta. What? Oh. Well, let's just keep the delta as double then. All right, that should fix that. That should take care of that issue. I just want to make sure this didn't fuck anything up. So let's just run, see what the hell happens. Okay, well something fucked up. Something fucked up. The name's because it has to. I guess it needs the skybox as well. Skybox. Yeah, I mean that should. That should do it.
That's just a Kirara trope. Well, like it's the whole point. Yeah, the whole point is like the whole point is like the whole point is it's like an enclosed space. I don't know. Like Nas was talking about it on his blog in like 2010 or something when like K-On! Was airing. And people were just like people were Pari Kome, yeah. I didn't see that, but I actually heard people say it was actually unironically good. Yeah, people are so used to it now that like no one even thinks about it now, but like back in like 2010 when like the whole thing was really coming on the rise, dads are Kirara kosher. Like you can have like dad figures, like obviously like having like dad figures, for example, is like really important. Like Gochu, so it's like really story relevant and shit. That doesn't break the enclosed whatever type trope. But yeah, I don't know. Like I could talk about this trope all day because it's really interesting, but I haven't thought about it in so long because people just like take it for granted. People have really taken it for granted for the last like 15 years. Let's see. Yeah, I still actually it was 2019. Neko Moshakushimo. Is that the name of a anime, or are you just referencing the saying? You know, I actually only learned that saying recently.
Oh no, that I don't know. Yeah, I know what you're saying, Will, but I think that was just expectation. I think that's just an expectation projected thing because, I mean, I could think about it like technically if it feels like there's a moodily missing thing, but I didn't feel there was anything missing from it. Like it didn't feel like it was supposed to be different. I think that was more of just like an expectation projection thing. Oh shit! Hold on. I gotta answer my phone. Okay. Okay. Well, I actually thought about it in those last like 5 minutes. Basically, okay. The reason it was fine. The reason it was fine with Bochi is because the conditions to make that the conditions for making that trope feel good are it still acknowledges that the way the world normally works. Like it still acknowledges that if you were to step outside of the contrived circle, that you would start getting like you would run into normal male presence, and that it conveys that there's some kind of effort. There's some kind of oh fuck. No, I'm back now, right? Okay. Am I back? Yeah, I'm back. I should be back. Okay, yeah. So the conditions are, yeah. It acknowledges that if you were to step outside the bubble, you would get a normal thing, and that if you were, yeah, and that there is a contrived effort to of some kind to create the bubble in the first place. And for the first one, like
the most obvious one to satisfy the first condition is just like, I mean, yeah, first of all, the fact that there's a dad at all, and then second of all, the fact that she's always like doing like, she's always one of the ongoing like funny fantasy things, like mental, like Moso fantasy type things she always does is she'll often think about the what entails coming along with like being popular and being liked and shit. And one of the things she'll often picture is like, oh, just ending up being like a party P degenerate, like a party P is just like a kind of like like a degenerate like partier type person. And every time she pictures like one of those, it's always like, oh, as opposed to like a more ideal vision. So there's always that. And then I mean, as far as the effort to keep it contrived, there's like a bunch of things you could go through for each character, and as far as the setting and the way it is. So yeah, it meets the conditions is the point. Quite well. I'm really familiar with that trope because I've thought about it a lot. I've been thinking about that trope for like almost like 10 years now. And what makes it work or not work. Because basically the key is it can't feel like it's deleting conflict. That's the key. Yeah, I didn't see Hinamatsuri, but I like all that. I like all the other stuff. Orange Sama. We're talking about like the Kirara sort of base trope of like male presence is like kept to a minimal and is like doesn't like interfere. The drunken older woman. Well, that was what was funny about it. Well, like because of the this is not uncommon even in like a setting that calls for like less, I don't know if I want to say like realism, but like gritty elements of reality. Bocchi ends up just attributing a lot of like, and this is a common solution you'll see with these settings, when a character in that type of setting approaches like a more vulnerable or like less idealistic role, they'll often just literally assign them like actual literally like lesbian-ish traits. And Bocchi ends up doing that with pretty much like the entire supporting cast that's like older and more in a more what's the word, like, yeah, just like vulnerable, like kind of closer to reality position. So you get this kind of half and half. You get this like, okay, it's an idealized like moe character, but then there's this like, literal lesbianism quality to them, as opposed to just the like more idealistic, like, yeah, as opposed to just simply the Uribate traits. It's like a step further, basically. That's like a really common way of handling it, basically. So you end up with this like half and half thing the whole time, which pretty much defined the whole show. It's pretty much just like a constant like half and half between okay. Wait, we don't need this here at all. We don't need anything here. I'm getting confused. I'm forgetting what I did. Instead, what we would do is we would just go to
enemy support. It completely changes the mood, basically. If you want an extremely impressive example of it, then just go to Gochiusa. That uses everything like top to bottom, like just absolute top notch, like just insane storytelling level. With the other types of works, like it's thematically relevant in K-On! Very directly, but like not as, just I'm talking about the anime K-On! I never read the manga. K-On! It's very relevant, but it's not nearly as good as Gochiusa, but it's still really good, and that serves a really direct purpose. In Bochi, it was. I'm trying to think if it was just like a Moodle, if it just ends up being like a Moodle choice, or if the same thing could have worked without it. Well, no, it kind of needs to be there in Bochi, because if it wasn't there in Bochi, you'd get like a focus leak, basically. Because if it wasn't there in Bochi, basically the spotlight would be less directly focused on the fact that she's being competitive. All her competitive shit revolves around the idea of, like, am I validated competitively? Am I like a special person, and am I valued specifically in regards to like this skill and fame and shit? If you were to introduce like the concept of like relationships and like dudes affecting things differently from women and shit, you would basically nuke half the you'd be sharing space now. So it's not so yeah, in other words, it's not thematically relevant directly, but it's necessary for the focus, which ends up being a thematic thing. So it's thematically relevant indirectly, basically. It's a necessary focus thing. You'd have to switch the cast to males if you were to make it co-ed. And you'll notice that's kind of the common fallback with a lot of these like all girls like Kirara style things. A lot of the time, even if it's not thematically relevant, you usually end up with a situation where it's like, okay, this would have to switch to males if these things weren't in place. Yeah, so exactly. They'd all have to be dudes at that point, yeah. Because if it was all dudes, then you'd be fine with the co-ed thing. And the same theme would work and everything would be fine. But obviously the characters would all have to be different and shit. Yeah, I like it a lot too, Fumo. Like I like I like the trope a lot because it well, again, Nas talked about this. Nas described it as like a farm. Like it's like, oh, it's like the audience is like cute girl farm. Like you get to just like it's like a fish tank almost or something. That's one way of looking at it. That's kind of like a more cynical way of looking at it, I guess. But I like it for any and all reasons. Like there's not like one reason I like it. Exactly, Carol. New Game was literally the exact same situation. Like New Game could have been dudes. But if it was girls and dudes, you would break the focus. It would introduce it would introduce a different form of conflict. Because the thing about like the big difference between like the Kirara style Yuri shit and like the normal is that like normal girl romance shit in both like in otaku stuff and like outside the otaku stuff, like where it gets its roots and stuff. That stuff is typically very focused on male presence. It's usually very opposite. It usually has a really intense focus on the male presence. Because like that's the whole point. It's like usually a more like it's usually a much less idealistic depiction of the whole same sex thing. I actually don't remember what the hell I'm doing here. I gotta think for a second. Sorry, I get really excited when talking about. I get excited when talking about genres I like. All right, so basically, we just want to check if it's the fucking support shadow, so that's correct. If it's a support shadow move, then it will it'll play the fucking shadow animation. Attack target turns 30. It'll throw all this crap in there. And then if it's not this, we only want to do this crap. We only want to do all the aura crap. If in fact, what we would do is we would actually just else all of this. We would just else everything here because it doesn't need. Oh, this is the same. This is the equivalent of the other. This is the equivalent of the function we made earlier. I gotta switch its title. I'll do that in a sec. We'll do that in a sec, just to save some space. Yeah, because in this case, the else encapsulates. Yeah, all right, yeah. So it's the same thing as this. It is the same thing as this. Yeah. So you lock all that shit up, then you just do this. The number of nested ifs. Yeah. No, I promise it's okay. I promise it's okay. Some of this will get cleaned up. Like we're about to let's throw this in a function. I don't like changing the what do you call it? Like all right, so all this shit. I try not to move shit to like functions and shit, methods, whatever you want to call them. I try not to do that until I know I'm confident in the design for the whole thing. Okay, so this is all supposed to go into the damage message thing. Oh, fuck you. Yeah, load damage message. Basically, this should have a version for healing. I think what we'll do is I'm trying to think. Should it be a separate? Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll just make it a separate. Because, like, a lot of this shit, It might look like it can be reused, but it actually can't. A lot of the shit just can't be reused for a separate function. Oh, this just fucked up all my tabbing, didn't it? I'm gonna grab it again. Damn it. Oops. Load. Heal. Oops. Yeah, the cute girl. Yeah, Nova, like Toho or Senran Kagura, where males clearly exist. It's just the camera is basically only on the girls. Yeah, like Neptune works the same way, like the good Neptune games. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Shirobako is more just like a documentary type setting. Yeah, because like Neptune does the same thing, and a lot of that, when you get that, a lot of that is like comes with a like. Oh man, I'm trying to think how to put this as simply as possible. That tends to create a situation where now it is actually, it's not just a like enclosed circle anymore. It is straight up making a point that the female characters have a lot of masculine attributes, or otherwise equivalent attributes. And that's always like a really interesting one. Because like in Neptune, for example, it's different from Kirara because when there's male presence in Neptune, they don't treat it as something that they're like blocked off from. And characters will like reference male presence like as if male presence is doing what you would expect it to do. Like there's not a force like keeping. It's just the difference is that like because the characters are so like because they already possess like a higher amount of like they do male things themselves, basically is what I'm trying to say. So there's this like higher like barrier to getting them to even like anyway, I'll talk about that another time. The hardest part of the project was the designs. Yes. Yeah. The designing the characters and just designing everything in general was the hardest part by far, and just like planning everything. I would say, I guess it's hard to say exactly. Oh, thoughts on DOA and the 3D? I don't know. That's like really far from my specialty of knowledge. So I honestly don't know, and I was never like a big DOA guy or anything. So I honestly don't have like. My brother would definitely have like a more interesting opinion on it. But I don't have an interesting opinion on it.
What is it?
Dead or Alive.
What
The
about
graphical / design properties of Dead or Alive as a series. I don't know how different they all are also.
Well, Karo has like 3D graphics in general.
Yeah, I guess like.
I mean, I could give like a really fucking autistic answer about it, but like I could give a thorough answer about that.
Dead or Alive fighting game series, Elnu.
Yeah, don't give like a free analysis.
Yeah, it's honestly like a full YouTube tier thing, but
commission a YouTube.
simple answer for now is it's just like 3D is it's just not 2D is where the magic is. 3D kind of just uses the magic.
Yeah, 3D is very bound by the magic of 2D.
Yeah.
Sketchbook full cards. I literally never even heard of this. I'm not gonna lie, I've never even heard of this. I'll have to watch this and get back to you. So I'm surprised I've never heard of that. There are. It's not like super infrequent for me to sometimes just find an anime that I just never heard of. Especially with how much I've been out of the anime, largely out of the anime loop lately. I mean, I know that's an old one, but when you're in the modern loop, you hear about old ones more. Okay, all right. I don't know why I'm taking so long with this. I think it's because I started getting excited thinking about Kira shit. I lost track. As far as like doing things myself, what the fuck? The oh, it's because I forgot to fucking set the I forgot to set the the way Neptune handles it is my personal favorite as far as that trope goes. Because I like when you take like if you have like moe characters and shit, I'm really into the whole needs the graphic content. I'm really into the whole like I mean as you could probably already tell, I'm very into the whole kako kawaii thing. I like obviously I love index and shit, and I really like when the like you have like like Bishoujo characters and shit, and they feel like larger than life and like dangerous by default, and like are like I really like when it emphasizes like the non-human aspects. Basically, that's what I'm trying to say. Like what makes them different from what makes them different from real life and all that shit. So that's kind of like that's kind of the big thing with me. Yeah, I don't want to get too autistic. Yeah, that would be funny as fuck. It could happen. That could be real. That could be real, man. All right, this is all working. Everything's working. Ayane is magical to me. Yeah, I feel you, man. It's a really good design. Yeah, they do have some incredible physics. Society would be better off if Sony and Nintendo allowed. Yeah, well, absolutely, yeah. Because it's not like... we live in this odd, bizarro society where, like, arrow stuff in, like, otaku-related shit doesn't make society more degenerate. It makes society, like, less degenerate. And then they still allow, like, normal porn anyway, so it's like clearly a discriminatory thing. Anyway, it's fucked up. All right, what's this thing's issue? What was it not happy with? I knew this was gonna be such a clusterfuck. Has name is true. Blah blah blah. What's it not happy with? Is it just it can't find the? Is it that it just can't find the it just can't find the animation? Oh, because it says focus play.
try this again. I talk about the code like a person that gets happy and unhappy. Oh my god, it fucking worked. It fucking worked. Now we just need like the miss message and all that shit to work. It fucking worked. Yes. Yes, it works. It fucking works. Let's go. One thing that's weird is like, why does the oh, I know why it's I think I know why it's doing that. Cuz it's I have ideas. I have some ideas. Whatever. I'm not gonna worry about that now. When I add the miss message, I'll make sure that works. All right, so you can dodge attacks with the fucking shadow. You can use the shadow on the enemy side. You can use it on the player side. It doesn't do all the things it's supposed to do, but it is there. Yeah, I love Watanabe's art. Shikata ga nai. Yeah, no, so yeah, they're all fucked. The industry's cooked. Yeah, I mean it's really not like obviously it's not like we've lived in a Christian society since like I mean, I don't know. It gets really semantic-y at that point. I don't know. Someone else can talk about that. That's not my job to think about. That's definitely not my job to think about. Almost thought you were going to talk about Monster Girls when you said not. Yeah. So that's what I say a lot. It's like funny. I do want to put Monster Girls in this game. I'm not like a big Monster Girl guy. I don't dislike them. I'm kind of like Monster Girl neutral. Despite the fact that you might think I'd be like crazy about them. I'm like... It's case to case with me. Like, I mean, I like them as a concept, and I think they're really interesting, and I like what they bring. But I don't have like a Monster Girl fetish or anything. Yeah, DOA is like a semi-realistic style. It's a very appealing style, because like what I think, just thinking about it at a glance, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's a pretty legitimate style. Like, it's not like they're just making like arbitrary like 3D thoughts. Like it's backed by I'm pretty sure it's backed by like a real art style, as opposed to like Stellar Blade, which was just like virtual Korean e-thought, like barely an art style here. Don't get me started on Koreatoon art styles. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna make a fucking video on it because it's such an issue. But yeah, I'm pretty sure DOA is like legitimate shit, legitimate art shit, not bullshit. But yeah, like I said, I wouldn't know. My brother would know a lot better than me. All right, well, the base feature for shadowing works, doing shadow shit works. Now I want to create like a special effect thing for when Rhea does the slash thing and you're fighting her. Because it can't just have her because there's no mana attached to the move, so it can't have her do like a mana base thing, I have this kind of idea for how it should work. So this is going to be sort of like a special like effect conditional program thing. So I need to create a sprite sheet for dust alone. Like the dust, there needs to be a dust effect sprite sheet. I'm gonna have to export that real quick. Just give me a sec. So basically, yeah, I gotta create a sheet for the dust. Yeah, dust animation. Oh shit, I got it ready to go. All right, let's get this exported. This is it, by the way, I'll show you. Alright, so I just got to get this exported. Yeah, no, like I'm sorry. I'm gonna continue my war with I have to I have to go I have to continue my war with Korea on this one. Like yes, there was like good art on it in terms of like, oh yeah, you had skilled people like working on it and shit, but like the core art style of Stellar Blade is a Korean art style. And the problem with Korean art styles is that they're not, we were kind of talking about this last stream, like they're not fully cooked art styles. They're these weird like they're like okay, first off, the Stellar Blade versus Hades thing, that was retarded because it was a comparison of like a Western arts, like a junky Western art style that's just got all the typical Western art style problems, which is just right out, versus like a Korean art style which has all the typical Korean problems, which is way less bad than the Western art styles, which are really undercooked. But the problem is it still is not like, it's not like a proper Japanese art style. And like for me, I don't care what other attributes the thing has. Like I'm gonna complain if I'm not seeing like the proper Japanese art philosophy. Like that's just how I am. I'm like very snobby about that, kind of unapologetically. And yeah, the issue with the I'm literally gonna make a video on this just so I can set the record straight, so that people can know exactly what I'm complaining about every time I complain about this. But basically, the issue with the Korean art styles is that they are not. I mean, there's a bunch of technical issues with them, but if we're to just talk about like from a storytelling standpoint, they are literally lacking in like modal range, which is to say that they can't express the range of shit, the range of concepts and ideas that Japanese art styles are built to do. and they do that intentionally. Like they know damn well what they do. It's not like, oh, the innocent Koreans they just didn't learn or know better yet. Like enough time has passed. Like they know damn well what they're doing. They know that they're ignoring Japan's way of doing things, and they're doing it for a reason, because it's like their art styles maintain a closer relationship with like what real women look like, in the sense that like they have more like literal components to them. Like there's less stylistic refinement, and therefore there are more components that just default to referencing, okay, here's just some IRL thought, trait. Or they'll use like space in a non-refined way. Like if it's 2D, for example, like they'll describe space and they'll just literally describe space. Like there won't be like a refined stylistic way of expressing space. It'll just be like a literal, like just a super literal. Just pull up any Koreatoon. You'll probably see what I mean if you stare at it long enough next to anime, next to proper anime. But yeah, at any rate, point is I can't in good faith support, even if it's being pinned against a bigger evil, I can't in good faith support a Korean art style. I just can't do it.
Yeah, once again, it's another topic I could talk all day about.
Yeah, my brother could talk better about it. Well, one place I can talk about it really well is I can really get into the specifics of like the Moodle. Like I know that shit down. And this is what the video is going to be about, like the video after my current video, where I'm just going to kind of go off a little bit on the issue with these styles. I'm not going to talk about Stellar Blade. I'm going to be talking more about like artists like Modare and stuff. But yeah, the issue is like the issue I'm going to be focusing on is first and foremost from like a storytelling standpoint and like a fundamental artistic intent standpoint, all that kind of shit. Oh, fuck you. Why is this? Windows just did some mad weird shit I didn't even know it could do. It full screened a folder, and I can't even figure out how to get out of it. I legit didn't even know Windows could... Okay, we're out.
Yeah, just real quick comment. Because as far as like realism in 3D, that is based on a sophisticated style that uses well, literally, it's just based on a refined anime style. That's good examples of that are Tekken 8 and FF7. Stellar Blade is like what you get when you take a like refined semi-anime type thing.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a semi-anime. It's literally a it's the Korea version of American anime that I'm always talking about.
Yeah, and as far as like the difference between these two things, it's like I'm gonna make tons and tons of crap on that one day, but for now I'll just leave it at that.
Dust. Where are we at? Okay, we can bring back woke dot. Let's see. Debut org on trash days. Yeah, let's fucking go. Yeah, it's like a pseudo-realism, Fumo, because anime already has tools for realism and they just ignore it. And they basically intentionally uninvent wheels. They like uninvent wheels so that they can make their own like Chinese is case to case. Oh, the Gantz movie. I don't know what the Gantz movie did. I'm not even sure. 3D is like its own realm. I can't talk too much about 3D. I don't know like what art it was based on. I don't know who the designer was. I guess it would just be, I guess it would just be whoever was, because usually these 3D things have a 2D designer behind it. So it would just be whoever. It would just be whoever designed it. And then however good of a job the 3D artist did at capturing that. But yeah, it's really case to case. It looks super Chinese. It's very case to case. Yeah, well, exactly. That's yes. Nier is a good example. Nier is based on normal art. Yes. Yeah, they will. That's why I can like feel kind of like, okay, obviously the intentions here are much less bad than I'm trying to think where we should put this. I guess this would go in. I mean, this isn't really player attacks and I'll just call this. I'll make a new node and I'll call it.
Magna Carta, wasn't that the
Yeah, that was like the first.
whole thing, right?
Yeah, that dude was like one of the first big Korean artists to make like a huge international name for himself.
Yeah, Hyung-tae Kim.
Yes, Young-tae Kim. Yeah, he's like ancient. He's like ancient.
Yeah, because it's his art that is like behind Stellar Blade or something, right?
Wait, was he?
Yeah, because
Oh, he was. Yeah.
Literally owns the dev team.
No shit. That's his thing. Yeah, he's like some ancient gamer or ancient elder god gamer.
Yeah,
history.
I remember seeing his stuff for the PS2 game, which
Yes.
may be Magna Carta.
Yeah. Just call this miscellaneous animations. Yeah, that's what's so funny too. Like the fact that he was involved with the industry, it would make you think that like. It would make you think that they would just move more towards like normal anime realism styles over time. But the thing is that they've kind of put their foot down and moved less. That's why it's like weird because and that's what's funny. That's what's like funny about Nikkei is like Nikkei, you'll get Korean artists on it doing more like proper illustration styles, like not a Koreatoon style, which is like what's fun. Like even like one of the main artists on Nikkei, I forget his name, it's like Deduck Kong or something. He actually job class changed from a like Koreatoon style into like a legitimate like normal Japanese style too. So it's like mad weird. It's like there's almost like exactly. There are really good I mean skill is one thing, but like if we're talking about style in terms of like if we're talking about like using a style with using a style that has I wonder if we should call this like, I guess we'll just call this like Dust 01 in case there's another one. There are ones that use styles more and more that are just like normal, normal proper Japanese styles that actually work for the whole storytelling and all that shit. So it's becoming like an increasingly deliberate thing to like not do that. And I've even seen a case of the reverse. I have seen occasionally cases of people like literally switching to a fucked up Koreatoon style after doing things right, which is super fucking weird champ shit. Because it tells you that like the market somehow encouraged them to do so. Which it's just fucking weird. It's like, oh shit, I gotta check the Where
Yeah,
to put-
all the blue archive art is fucking sick.
Yeah, Blue Archive art. I mean, a lot of Blue Archive is just Japanese art anyway.
It's just it's not like a Korean did it. You have to look.
Yeah,
for
exactly.
specific
Yeah.
things.
Yes. I'm gonna say this right at the start of the video. The important part is not what race of person did. we love all races here.
Just like distinct technical difference.
Exactly. It's a distinct. It's a technical. It's what anyone can do any style. Like it doesn't matter what race you are. Any race can do any race's style. It's just the problem is that these styles were born in Korea and that they're very popular in Korea.
Just like pop in Tekken 8 or FF7 Remake Original is a little bit better because Rebirth has some fucked up PBR shit or something going on. That kind of
They all use PBR, but yeah, it's.
But yeah, just type in pop in FF7 Remake or Tekken 8 and just compare it to Stellar Blade. If you get a vibe, okay, that's like your clue.
Yeah, the vibe. Just read the vibe.
Yeah, just follow the vibe.
No, I'll explain this really. I'm not going to use 3D.
Yeah, both of us will.
I'm not going to use 3D in my video. I'm just going to use 2D examples. But with 2D, it's extremely easy to explain. Like it's very obvious. Well, honestly, let's just do it right now. I'll just show it for you right now. Like I'll give you a preview of what I'm about to talk about in the video. I'm just gonna pull some shit up right now. Like just to give you a hint. Just to like make my point obvious. Was the internet not working? Do I have?
Because in Stellar Blade situation, at a glance, it looks like they based the models off of semi-anime soft rendered shit. You know?
Yeah.
So I don't even think it was a case of like them translating like Take Him's thing in like a semi-realism thing. I think they literally made a like.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
2D renders and then based it off of that.
Exactly. Yeah. Because the thing is if they were being faithful to his art, it should look different than that.
It would look a little different. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, but again, like I'm not like an expert on his shit. I don't look close to that. But...
Exactly, Kara. Yeah, they have a lot of Japanese working on it. Oh man, this site is just like not friggin' responding. Well, whatever. I'll just wait for it to. We'll get back to it later. For now, let me just. $87. And what is the height? Height is, oh wait, no, it's, so it'd be 214.
Yeah, real quick, what's the, I can't think of a good motion for the frog, so I'm just gonna work on, one of the other ones then.
Oh yeah.
What's the other one they need,
The super hot fireball, he needs a death.
Okay. Oh, that's another death animation. Do you have another one that doesn't involve an animation? Should I just work on the poker thing right now? Because I literally cannot.
Yeah, just set that up
I
then,
just
yeah.
can't think of shit right now. So.
Alright, I'll have to get off and help you with that in a minute. Uh, 214 and 87. And the transform should be 214. Okay, alright, got it. Fuck. Shit is just legit not loading on this site. I'm trying to use like a... Here, maybe if I just do a Google image search. I could just go to like... I could just go to... I could just go to like... Twitter or something. I guess Pixiv is fine. It doesn't let you zoom in. Okay, what we're gonna do is let's. Okay, all right. This might blow your mind. Might not, but the video should blow your mind. Okay. All right. So basically, okay. Ken Con. No, I swear it's not that. Kara. This is just technique. Anyone can do this. Oh fuck! I fucked up. You weren't supposed to see that or that. Okay. All right. So let's just start here. Okay. So you see what's on my screen right now. Start describing the mood and purpose of what you're seeing. Like, start just giving it, like Moodle terms. Like, give it Moodle attributes. Like, you can focus on a piece or the whole. Like, the whole scene has kind of like a... Alright, so there's a sunset vibe, and maybe it's being kind of like... Well, see, that's the thing I don't know. It kind of gives a realistic impression, especially with, like, the emphasis on like the skin like subsurf and the muscle here and the way that the light is kind of realistically rendering things. But at the same time, this really like bold like orange kind of has like almost like a Disney mood to it. Like it has like a very like it feels simultaneously kind of like realish but also kind of toonish. So what do I expect this character to do or feel like? Well, I mean, I guess there's like, I guess it's like a realish component. I guess it's kind of like realism bound because like if you see the folds, there's like a realism thing. So what is it? It's like I guess it's like that type of thing. Okay, now you see the face and the upper part. Now you can confirm there's a very kind of like, there's an almost Disney-esque gesture and kind of expression to the whole thing. But we can see we're kind of referencing conventional animeisms. We have like... Okay, the point is that like you get to the full picture now, and it's like... If you're to just focus on a part like this. Crop this shit. Can you confidently explain like why it even looks this way? Like what's the genre? What's the point? Like how would a character like this move or talk? Like what's the target mood here? What is the... Like, the face is cute, and it's based in, like, conventional anime proportions and stuff, but, like, what does that have to do with this? Why the realistic, like, leg kind of skin subsurf effect thing. What is the sort of like subtle Disney-esque gesture adding to that? Like, why is that? Yeah, I know. I should use an original because that way you can't just project the work onto it. It's Korean. It's Modare. The point is that it's just really confusing, and there's a lot of moods being thrown around, but no actual like clear cohesion. It's just a collection of like fine art borrowing from like anime and effectively like whimsical ways. Okay, now let's take an interior. Now let's take a Sunako interior. Okay, you can go on any part now and notice how the fold style has a clear, like, the same, like, rigid, kind of almost blocky based fold style reflects the sort of even-ish proportions of the face and stuff. It's, it's like a natural, nice fit. And you get the same thing with the hair. You get these, like, clear, like, oh, this is a style that defines these, these blatant, like, kind of cellular things to it. It's like, okay, what's the clip any part of it and ask what the realism tune balance is. Like, okay, there's a bleak impression to the ceiling, but it's also kind of like, it has this kind of simpler, and the color work is kind of, there's a vividness to the blue and yellow interacting. So we know it's a kind of colorful-ish world, but at the same time, it's hitting like a kind of bleak-ish thing. It's like, oh, well, what do you know? The characters have a colorful thing to them, but at the same time, the proportions are have that kind of evenness to them. So there's almost like an element of groundedness to it. There's an element of, there's a base in evenness, and it's abstracted by tuneness. So there's like a clear and colorfulness and stuff. You can cut any part of this and it reflects the whole. Oh, the hands have like, again, there's an evenness. There's a rigid evenness to each finger. Wow, that makes sense. There's a reason I'm not seeing each knuckle defined, because that would break the impression of like, roundness and smoothness that the face creates, I don't just get to whimsically throw in like knuckle detail and whatever. Anyway, you kind of get the point. I'm going to be a lot more articulate about this in the video. Like really break it down more carefully for you. But I'm just giving you an example of like what it looks like to just not see modal cohesion in something. Like you like, what's the purpose of each part? What is the purpose? It's just like, it's bizarre. It's just like the Korean styles, they exist for no reason. They're just breaking. They're just uninventing wheels. It's not even fuzzy. It's kind of arbitrary. It's like some moments it's one style, some moments it's another style. Like it's not even consistently using a sharp, smooth, or rigid philosophy on any one part of the body, which is like a really common trait of like, just kind of more like generic people who have been trained in just sort of like generic fine art shit. Anyway, yeah, that's my basic introductory rant to that. Yeah, Carol, I heard that the season 3 production was terrible. I haven't seen that. I haven't seen the season 3 or Index's season 3 yet, just because I've heard the stories. The thing with Dal though is it got 4 and 5, and hopefully those picked up. I don't know. I'm going through all the books first. I'll check all the anime out later. Like, if you get the books under you, at least you can just be like, okay, if the anime sinks, then it's just like, all right, whatever. At least I got the book experience. I'll charge up enough I'll charge up enough, you know, I'll charge up enough nerve to watch both down the road. Oh, base, yeah. Based index reader. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say, like, if it's worse if you know the source or if it's better if you know the source, because it's just like... Because it's like, on one hand, it's like... I think it's just case to case. Because, like, sometimes you can get things out of it. Other times you can't. Draxon. So basically there's random detail and realism in Korean style, and in anime everything have the same level of detail, making it cohesion. No, it's not level of detail, it's stylistic refinement. It's literally, there are more shapes in its shape system. It is using a more robust shape system. It is using a shape system that can actually capture every detail, as opposed to unaccounted for, essentially chaos. Like controlled chaos. That makes it sound like badass. It makes it sound like Shadow. Chaos control. It's not badass. It's not like Shadow. It's the opposite of badass. Alright, so what are we doing next? Oh yeah, that's right. We got the dust animation in. Now we just gotta make the dust animation work. So let's see how many kilowatts. There were 9 sheets. Um, 9 sheets. Why is it doing? Oh, okay, I see. 241.20. So basically we want this to happen like down there. Chaos control. Yeah, Index Vinny would be hype as fuck. Yeah, Karo's like Konata. Konata can read Vinny's but can't read LNs. Have you ever seen a Korean style drawing being created? Like a sped up? Yeah, I have. Well, like Modare would stream quite a bit. Yeah, that would be fun, Fuzz. Modare would stream quite a bit, I think. And a lot of them will put time lapses on like yeah, like they'll put time lapses on their you know, on their Twitter and shit. Okay, so basically what we need to do is we want the dust. So what we're gonna do is when she's gonna attack with the strike, we need, oh, I forgot the fucking, whatever, it doesn't matter. This shit's gonna play. We need to know. What to call it. I'm trying to think what we should. Because if it's I think we're actually going to call this attack, just because attack is sort of the trigger word for other, yeah, for other things. See, that's the thing, like, I don't know if I really should have a miscellaneous, because Flash is kind of a miscellaneous animation as well. I feel like it should just go in enemy attacks at that point. Or player attacks at that point, rather. Whatever, it doesn't matter. It really does not matter. Alright, so let's get the actual... animation. It's very painting biased, Will. Like it's pretty much just like they have like a render first thing approach typically. Like they can be really loose with their sketching and stuff, and then they kind of almost throw lines on almost as like not like an afterthought. And you can technically do a similar workflow in Japanese art. So it's not like that different. Like it's much more similar to just normal Japanese workflow than a lot of other types of things. But it's basically, I mean, because doing it is basically like doing a Japanese style, just if you had less to worry about. Like if you just literally had less, if you literally just had less responsibilities. So it ends up just being like a similar workflow but looser. To like Japanese, like Atsunuri styles, like soft render styles. Fuck am I? Okay. I'm literally forgetting where I am. Yeah, it ends up being similar to a soft render workflow. Why did it do this? Is the offset off, or did I not get the correct number of? Oh, there's 8. There's 8. Yeah, it's like that, but like looser, basically. I actually did a, this is gonna go in the video as well. I guess I might as well show you. Here's me copying it, time lapse. It's wild because it's like ridiculously easy to copy compared to like normal Japanese styles. Like you get a result like so much more easily, and it looks so much more like the source. Like I keep in mind, I have this took less than an hour to get this much. To get where it ends up. Took less than an hour, and I have absolutely zilch experience with this type of style. 0 whatsoever. And yeah, it was like practically effortless. Yeah, exactly. And intentionally, yeah, I maybe should do that. Just the sheer ease in copying it alone kind of like gets the point across, because there's just so much less shit to worry about. And like the way they do their color stuff too, it's like, well, like everything is less symbol bound, like because like like I said, like their shape vocab is just thinner. It's just a thinner shape vocab fundamentally. So it's like there's all this like give that isn't normally there. There's all this like slack on everything, on both the shapes and the color and the lines as well. So yeah, it's just a really dumb thing, and you can see why this type of thing is appealing to people too, because it's literally like you can get the same number of doots on social media for it, but it's so much easier to do. And like I said too, it just inherently is culturally, it just is like kind of safer in many ways. There's this like cultural safeness to it due to the way it like references, it like references, it can more easily reference like IRL isms and shit in like a really like crude way. That just kind of makes it like, it makes people who are like, oh, I want my anime. If only my anime was reminded me more of Instagram thoughts, like Koreatoon styles, allow us to introduce ourselves. It's kind of like that. Like, it's just like, so yeah, basically you can, oh no, it's the last one that's always supposed to be. So it's just this like fundamentally, it's kind of an issue, and that's why like normally I don't like weighing in on shit like this, but it's become an issue at this point, and it's seen as like this valid alternative to Japanese art styles, and it's just not. So like someone has to say something about it, so, and like obviously no one else is, so I have to. Because it's just kind of an issue. It's a low-key issue. It's sort of like this wedge. It continues to be this like wedge between like the larger, the culture at large and, like proper Oda shit. Plus, it gets associated with stuff that like otherwise has proper art and stuff. Like Modare draws a lot of Blue Archive and stuff, and as we were just saying, like Blue Archive in the actual game has proper art. But then you just get this dude who keeps like shitting up the fan art, and will sometimes even get commissioned to do like promo type extra like poster material. I don't know what it gets used for, but yeah, it's just kind of like shitting up the whole thing, and it's just an issue. It's an actual issue, and I can't really mince words about it because it's an actual issue. It's still, it feels like it's like glowing too much. Shit. Okay, I think that should work. GG Nissan. Interesting. Let me take a look. Yeah, it will always win Nova, because like it's not like these. Exactly Nova. That's kind of it in a nutshell. It will always win. And on the flip side, a lot of these people who are doing these Koreatoon styles, it's like a lot of them would just be doing Western style. You can kind of think of it like, okay, anime has gained like this much ground. Oh yeah, no, this is super nice. Super nice. I like these types of families of art style. Almost kind of similar-ish family to like the type of family that Saito's in. It's like dynamic, colorful, thicker line type look. Really nice. Yeah, 100% will. Yeah, 100%. Yes. It is much easier. It is much easier. It's like taking weighted clothing off. Yes, but you wouldn't get the same gains. Yeah, Fumo, I feel that. They're very. That's kind of the issue with the, like, they're very. I think I'm just gonna get rid of these. I think I'm just gonna let it be this the whole way. Yeah, that. I think. Well, no, it's too fucking blue for me. I think this is right. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah, neuron activation. Yeah. Yeah, no, don't worry, Jackson. I'll explain in a video. Because it's literally a shape thing. You have to dig into shapes. Like you can't just talk about it generally without actually showing like context. Like here's this in this context. Here's here's a direct point of comparison. You have to like walk down a logical cause and effect chain, or it's not, So yeah, just don't worry about it for now. All right, now let's just make it so that dust displays if the enemy is using strike. So I think what we're just gonna simply do is, yeah, in the mana case, instead of right, we need a whole special case thing for this. I think what we'll do is, it's so nice to have this ensure enemy zoom now instead of the junk I had before. I mean, one thing I can say, if you have enough exposure to storytelling, like good storytelling, like if you've read enough VNs and stuff, then you can really feel the difference. Because it's like, imagine a Modare VN, like what would the fucking writing even be? Like you could do it, yeah, you could force it to work, but you're gonna feel the difference. Yeah. Well, it'd be like Kingdom Hearts if you didn't partition the pieces and you just fused it all into one big mush. Kingdom Hearts is able to be KH because it assigns a like clear role to each thing, and it's the Japanese art portion of it is just wearing Disney skin. Like it's not actually using fundamental like Disney like gesturing or anything, or shape systems or anything. Like where it's literally Disney, but like for the actual KH born characters, it's still just like normal anime, so they're able to just do normal anime things. Whereas in this case, it's literally like the machine is like glitching out. Like it's just, you don't, like what does it even do? Yeah, well, like I said, I mean, I used to, I'm just trying to think where I should put this. I used to draw with Liam King's streams when he was in his prime. When he was in the prime of his grind. I miss that. I miss those days. There's just like a magic to it. Sadly, speedrunning is dead as fuck. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna do all this shit. Right, because the cast. Where is the load queue happening? Like, get mana name. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, these are two separate load queues. Okay, so basically, everything from here is. This is the actual like mana shit. So basically, in the case of a normal mana attack, it does this shit. But in the case of just in the special case that it's a strike thing, we have to do a bunch of shit. Like, we have to play the dust, we have to hide the character, all that shit. So... how does this... How does comparing... How does the equals even work for... What's its like default... Let's not do that. Let's... We can actually check for name. We can actually check for name in the case of abilities because normally you can't write... normally you can't write... like... You can't write Japanese directly into the code, or it'll... Wokedot will actually have a mental breakdown. But abilities don't have Japanese names. They always are. Abilities are always in English. So we're just gonna take advantage of that. I can't think of a different way to check it. I mean, there's probably other ways you could check it, but we're just gonna do that. We're just gonna do a basic name check. Yeah, we could just use it. Like, we could like, I could like tag it with like I could tag it with like some kind of enum. Like, oh, this is a, you know, this is like the, it's a, it already has like other enums attached to it. Like, it's like spell type like standard and shit. And I'll probably end up doing that in the long run, to be honest. But for now, we'll just do this. My favorite too, and why do I hate redacted? Yeah, like I said, I think last time I was asked this, I said I couldn't pick a favorite yokai. But If humans are allowed, then yeah, definitely like Reimu just ends up being my favorite. Because like I said, I really like the whole like, I like the whole like wafu, like the straight Kurokami like whole thing. I love that aesthetic, and I like the toot. I like the whole. Like I said, I really like characters that have like a Majime thing to them, or a Fumajime thing. Okay, so basically all we want to do is oh fuck, we forgot to load in the dust sprite. Dust 01. So it would be like dust 01 dot get child. All right, let me load in the actual dust. I guess we'll put miscellaneous. We'll just put it here. Fuck you. Yeah, very relatable. Especially the poor part. The poor and begging part for me. You have a whole tier. No, it's got a whole tier. Yeah, I'm sadly I'm not like enough of a. I haven't been proactively consuming it, and oh, that's right, that's who Kosu. Yeah, I've always loved Kosuzu's design a lot. Sadly, I had to. I read like. I think I read a few chapters of her manga, but it's been a long time. This isn't even 5%. This isn't even my final form. I've not looked at Marvel Rivals, Will. Yeah, that makes sense. It's probably Chinese artists, if I had to guess, or Korean artists. Probably Chinese. Chinese artists are like dominating games now. Like everything is outsourced to China. Everything is outsourced to China, and they have some people who are really, really skilled. That are kind of these like Swiss. What am I thinking of? Swiss Blade or whatever? Like, they can kind of do a really wide range of things. Yeah, that's kind of what the industry's all about these days. So a lot of people might think like, yeah, it looks like it was drawn by a marketing department. Yeah, that would not surprise me. We just gotta initialize this shit. I guess we'll just put it here. I guess this is as good of a spot as any. Whoa, what the fuck? Why is it, why does it not remember? I told it about the dust. Oh, I put it in global vars. It shouldn't be there. I mean, really, this type of thing should go in the graphic handler. Is really where it should be going. At the moment, I'm throwing a lot of sprites in a general pile. Yeah, like here. I'm throwing a lot of sprites in this just like fucking pile at the moment. And we'll probably have to do something about it later. But for now it's like this. And it will just get the dust 01 sprites. Yeah, exactly. Invisible Woman is hot. I've never even seen it. Alright, we've talked about it too much at this point. I'm gonna have to look it up. Marvel Rivals. Yeah, it's gotta be Chinese artists, I would imagine. That's the thing. The West kind of just like doesn't really have artists anymore. That's kind of just like the bottom line. Like people, like Western art is you hit up China. Like we've had a culture of not doing things here for so many decades now. It's insane. And with time, like inevitably it just makes it so that how does this work again? With time it makes it so that like because China and Korea are getting like more anime influence and stuff with time, like it means like it almost like gives this illusion that Western art has kind of been like evolving or something, or like whatever, but it's really just Chinese art. So it's kind of funny. I mean, Henry Thurlow is cucked as hell, but Henry Thurlow talked about how like Henry Thurlow has like just said ridiculous shit about Japan's industry, but everything he was saying about his experience in the West, like early on before he was being like we're just gonna do this. We're just gonna do hide. Oh wait. How are we gonna do this again? Because it has to be a type of thing where it's like. But anyway, he was talking about how the Western animation industry is literally just a couple dudes hanging around and just chit chat, and draw the sloppiest storyboards you've ever seen, and then just send it off to Korea. Maybe here and there someone will actually animate a sequence or something, and then send it to Korea to get cleaned up, or China or whatever, or Mexico, or I don't know, just any place, Thai, land, anything that's not America. And he said it was insane. It's truly insane stuff. This else is in the wrong spot. It's supposed to be there. Let's just see what happens from this. Oh, there should be a message. There should be a different message than the get mana message because it. Trying to think. It's probably this is probably going to glitch it out because I think it's expecting a message. So let's just see what happens. Yeah, that's wild. That's wild, Jackson. I mean, anime has always relied on outsourcing for getting like the, like the junkier parts taken care of and stuff, or like when they just run out of money. So that's like nothing new. But yeah, as far as oh shit, we have to actually. Well, first of all, let's just make sure this is working. But yeah, as far as like just sending the whole freaking production there, yeah, that's like what the West has been in, because like Japan has never lost the creative core of their industry. Like they always kept the system going with like, that's the anime difference. It's like they have all these like they have this highly skilled core team that anchors everything. They keep things within Japan as much as they can. Yeah, and then they outsource to fill in the holes and stuff. Whereas with the West, it's just like, it's like top to bottom. This is a Korean production. This is not a Western production. Do I think the anime industry is going to collapse? No. They've been saying it's going to collapse since the 90s. It's like, the thing is like, it's kind of like, speaking of Marvel, it's kind of like the Hulk shit. It's like, it's already collapsed. It's always collapsed. That's its secret. It's always collapsed. The anime is always Yes, exactly, Fuzzy. Anime is always working in like a borderline collapse state, and it's just how it's been for over 30 years. It's just, that's its secret. It's always collapsed. We did it, boys. Our computers are the greatest on the planet. Everything is dependent on one company in Taiwan. Yes, exactly. Yeah, no, I know that, Will. That's that yeah. Yeah, Invincible is it's very just Koreatoon, that's what it is. Yeah. And it's just insane. It's like there's probably not a single Westerner who actually drew on that, other than like maybe some really crappy storyboards. Yeah, because everyone, well, that what's his name? Williams. I can't remember his first name, but Williams, the animation dude. Yeah, like Richard. Yeah, Richard Williams. Like everyone. Yeah, Anime Man. I was saying this over. Anime Man shill. Corporate shill. They want, big companies, they want anime to collapse because it's, foreign companies don't like anime, obviously, because it's cheap to make and super popular and keeps skill standards high. Oh yeah, that's what I was going to do. But yeah, basically, how do I get into the... I just want... Okay, here we go. We want the enemy to use their ability. How the fuck do you... How do you get to the ability? There it is. But yeah, so like, everyone reads that book. Well, at least like when I was around, when I was like getting into drawing. Most people who were getting into drawing at the time I was would read that book. And I remember it really was haunting and stayed with me when he said, like, legit, no one can fucking draw anymore. That was scary because, oh, sick, that looks sick, except everything's all fucked up. It's not supposed to say unknown. I forgot to. That was legit scary because it made me realize that, well, literally what Fuzzy just said, the only way it can collapse is if people stop trying. That happened in the West. That actually happened. Because normally you think like, oh my God, there's so many people in the world. There's no way people just being good at drawing and all that shit. There's no way that's gonna like go away, right? There's just too many people. But like, no, it turns out the example I always use is like, okay, you might think there's so many people, but like think about how many, there might feel like there's like infinite Yu-Gi-Oh cards in existence, but start controlling for types of cards. Like, okay, I need a dragon. I need a dragon with no effect. I need a dragon with like 5 stars. That number gets really small really fast. I need a dragon with 5 stars, no effect, more than 2,500 attack. You're probably going to have like a single digits number at that point. And that the condition of someone who's American and can draw extremely well, that's basically like saying, give me that level of specificity. This is supposed to happen regardless. So yeah, like the point is that he was describing an actual real industry apocalypse that actually happened, which was we can't get skilled artists anymore. We can't get enough skilled artists who are willing to participate in this industry to make it run anymore. It is actually over. And that really stayed with me. Because it made me realize like just how much like there's not enough people in the world to ensure things go right. Like if you want things to go right, you have to. Yeah, boom, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Well, maybe they can crank up their birth rates and then start shipping them over. Okay, that works now. That worked. Okay, the only issue now is that I want her to reappear. I want her to reappear after the screen shake. So it does this, and then it does that, and then as this is playing, or right before her or whatever, once the shake is done, she'll like flash back in. She'll like have like a flash and come back in. Oh, the other thing is too, I don't like the zoom. She should be on the farther zoom. She should be on the zoom. She should be zoom. She should be zoom 1 also. In this case. So, oh fuck! But I already ensured zoom 0. So I can't ensure zoom 1 and then ensure zoom 0. I'd have to... I'm just going to have to... I'm just going to have to set a flag for this for now. I mean, there's probably a nicer way to do it. I don't know how many times I've said that this stream, but that's how it be sometimes. It's funny too because it's one of the many reasons why there was able to ironically be so much misinformation and kind of like arrogance around being a Western artist for a while because they became so scarce. Being a highly skilled Western artist became this like weird, unusual elite thing. And they developed this kind of hyper, almost individualistic, toxically competitive thing as a result. That was like is gone now because of what has happened with the spread of Japanese art and the evolution of it and all that shit. And also just, shit like China, it being obvious that Western art really just means like Chinese art and shit. Yeah, that's kind of gone now. But yeah, it's really crazy. It's really funny how these things kind of dominoed into each other. It's really wild. I just realized that you couldn't even see what I was showing you, could you? I want to see Dojin anime become a thing. How about whatever the fuck it was called? The Toho Mangekyo or whatever. I can't remember what it was called. There's an example of Dojin anime. That shit's pretty crazy. I think the environment is important for inspiring the moe physical need. Being Akiba surrounded by... Yeah, that's why it's sad. That's why it's sad that that physical... Yes, that's what I'm talking about, Elnu. The fucking I can't remember the name. I think it has Mangekyo. Yes, that is Dojin. That is straight up. That's so stupid that they delisted it. It's dumb as hell. But yeah, that shit's crazy. Something bad happened. Okay, well, first of all, there's supposed to be one. Oh. This can't be an else. I think this will work. I think there was no reason for that to be an else. Pretty sure this should just be fine. Because if this if it strikes is strike and try enemy zoom 1 is strike. Alright, let's see what happens. Something's wrong with the offset of the sprites. Because she shouldn't be... I'll have to look into that later, but she shouldn't be... Or maybe that's normal? I gotta let this run a couple times. Yeah, I think the offsets are slightly off. What would be better though is if it just sets the zoom ahead of time when using the attack. So like, there really should be I'm gonna do this. It's a little bit hacky, but we can just, you know, we can fix it another time. I'm going to preset the zoom. First of all, I gotta figure out why the offsets feel like kind of off like that. In fact, this is my last chance to... Why is it not? This is my last chance to easily compare them. Oh, come on. Yeah, here we are. So what I want to do is ahead of time, if it's strike, I'm literally just gonna set the thing. This will probably become something where it I'll just say to do create. Oops. Create a cases with okay, yeah, so basically if it we'll just do this for now. And basically what we're gonna do is we're just gonna set the we're gonna just say that the focused enemies type we're just gonna give it to just gonna give it zoom 1. I think you have to hide the other one first. I actually don't know if this is necessary, but I'm just gonna do it. Oh, I think I want to comment this out in a sec though, just to see why the offsets were bothering me. Yeah, it's insane, Fumo. Yeah, like I think the better solution is stuff like outside the actual system, because it can get so... It can be so abused, like, if they were to actually fuck with the actual system, like... Wait, okay, that didn't change shit. It just did the same thing. Shit like a much better solution for the whole thing is just stuff like getting more funding for like the animator dorm and shit. Because the problem is that these things are working in like a really delicate ecosystem. And any bit of shaking it up is a chance because there's so many fucked up things that you just can't change no matter what. You basically like you can't because you can't make these big sweeping big changes to help the situation. A lot of like attempts at little changes would just work against the whole thing. And that's basically how people have been using it. Like, hold on. Okay. All right, so it got there, but for some reason it didn't assign it. Something else is overwriting the assignment. Oh, wait. Yeah, basically, like, because like a lot of people latched on to this type of idea, as a way of, right, okay, I see, because it always zooms in. The enemy always comes on the screen with the attack that's going to be used. Okay, I see what's going on. The enemy's attacking should always have zoom 0. No, this is not true.
Yo, help me out real quick. If the first CG, you know, where she's praying.
Yes.
Logically, if I put the width at 428, that gets me what I want, right? Like whatever the hell the.
Yeah, just put it at 428,
and then whatever the.
Yes,
other thing is,
that will be the.
That's it. That's the one.
That will be correct.
Fuck is this dude, man?
Yeah, so basically people will parasite that cause to try and like fuck with things basically. Because really at the end of the day, any big business really wants is just anime is no longer sustainable to be made, and they can come in and just start operating these studios themselves and just make a bunch of junk. So that's why shit like the shit outside solutions outside the actual industry are much better ideas. Especially shit like the animator dorm has a really like easy to maintain like merit based system too and stuff, which is much harder to do in industry. Like for example, if you were to say like all animators get paid way more, it's like okay, but what about the ones that come in and don't do a good job? You know, which is a constant issue. It's like you can't just flip a switch and then suddenly like everything starts working. Like you would get actual sustainability issues. Whereas if it's an outside thing, if it's like the animator dorm, then you can just be like, step 1, be good. Step 2, be in the animator dorm. Okay, now profit. You know, now you're good. The issue is just getting enough, you know, money to do it, which in theory shouldn't be that hard. I mean, how hard is it to just house some people to live? You know, I mean, you wouldn't think it'd take like that much money, but it's just that's how difficult it is to get money to flow around. Really, it's not easy. Yeah, we're just gonna get rid of this. And we're gonna move Right. Okay, let's see what happens now. I am worried about the offset thing. I'm going to have to go back to that. Exactly, Jackson. Exactly. Oh, Jackson, you actually did a cut interest. Oh, some Genga and Negan. Dai Ni Genga. That's crazy, man. Yeah, you should I'd like to hear more about that experience. You should if you know my Discord and you're willing to, just tell me a little bit more about what you did. Cuz I'd like to hear a little bit more about it. Because that might be something that like I would be interested in doing. If you don't mind. Thanks, man. Okay, so it works now. Now we just have to have her come back in. So that the fade out shit isn't all fucked up. The other issue is let's do this. This way we can just test both at once. We'll do. Well, first of all, let me just make sure all these things aren't like nothing weird is going on. Just because there's like a lot of complex shit going on at this point. Wherever you want, Draxon. Wherever you feel is appropriate. General's fine. And like, all right, so that worked. Okay, there is like one thing weird. Oh, because I think when she disappears, it probably wants her to blink. So it's actually like interrupting. Because if you notice for a sec, like, yeah, like it flashes for a second. That's actually probably it trying to do a blink animation. So I have to make sure I set a stop blink. I have to make sure I set a stop blink. Yeah, the Honda Toro book. Self-sustaining ode economy, yeah. Yeah, it's terrible, Fumo. It's like the business side is just like a leech that just sucks everything away. Crypto would be massively useful if it were embraced to get away from payment. Yeah, exactly. It's been slowly kind of happening. Yeah, that'd be awesome if you could check out the animator dorm, yeah. But yeah, all right, sick. Thank you, Jackson. Thing Ellen who posted the other day. Toby boxing under deflective times. Evil card. Yeah, exactly. That's a difficult sitch as well. That's very difficult. Yeah, Twitter's just not a good site. It's really not a good site. It's a much worse site than people realize for many reasons. There are kind of growing alternatives, kind of not. Um, hold on, I gotta get my Mario Kart music back. Oh, what the fuck? I accidentally got out of it. Oh shit! Sorry if that just hurt your ears. Just a little Mario Kart blast. Yeah. That's true, Fuzzy. That is true, yeah. Stop blink. Like, yeah, it's crazy because it's like Twitter is like, it's important that people use Twitter and control, like, occupy the space. Okay, I was barely audible. That's good. Like, it's important people keep using it to occupy the space, like good artists and stuff. But it just has so many fucking issues and stuff. And yeah, exactly. Miss Key is really exactly Nova. Miss Key is really the only one that like kind of feels like a proper alternative. Blue Sky is just other Twitter with like different problems. It's kind of just to pick your poison. Whichever is worse, Twitter or X? I don't even know, Chris. Like probably Elon's X shit because it has all the same problems it had when it was Twitter, but like more in many ways. I think like the one difference that changed when he took over is you get shadow banned really badly instead of just regular banned really easily. That's like the one difference. Yeah, exactly, Fumo. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. No, but it's really just kind of like I don't know. The whole thing's a fucking clusterfuck. It's all a big clusterfuck. All right, so I think the stop link should fix that issue. I think the stop blink. No, it didn't. It didn't fix the fucking problem. Why did it not fix the problem? I'm not like that annoyed by it. It actually looks kind of cool. It almost looks like some Bleach shit. Some Flash Foot Bleach shit, but I would like to know why that's happening. I genuinely don't know why it's happening. And I can't think because it's... Okay, well, obviously something... It keeps trying to do something, which I assume is a blink animation. Yet it has the stop blink on, so I don't know why it's... I don't even know what type of animation could be. I don't even know what animation could be trying to be played here, but maybe it just doesn't matter. I mean, it honestly kind of looks cool. So, like, you can barely even notice it. I mean, I'll figure it out another time. I'm not super worried about it. It's not like causing active problems. All right, so what we got to do next is we got to make it so that she can come back. So basically what we'll do is when the screen shakes, when the screen does all its shake shit. Yeah, shake hit. Basically, when the shake is done, we want to. Oh, we could just make an animation for this. Fuck. We can just do focused enemy. Oh fuck. If the spell shit is fucking, I'm actually gonna get off after I get this working because I gotta help my brother with some instructions and maybe get some food and hopefully get back to video editing so I can get this fucking video up. So Koreans make better pack hero. That could be. When I buy ramen slop, I usually buy the cup, the Insta cup. Sometimes I buy the packs. Do I really have to do this whole get shot? Well, I guess you have to. I guess you have no choice. And we'll call this return, I guess. No, that sounds stupid. Call it reappear. Why does it not like that? Oh, oops. Why does it not like that? There we go. All right, let's just make the thing now. Let's make the animation. She's cropped because of the shader I have on her right now. Oh, fuck. Something awful. Yeah, the Tumblr access was, yeah. Now we have domestic retardation. Yeah, the Tumblr, yeah. It's like a distant memory for me. I barely even remembered that was a thing. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because it's important that they're on there because we would just like lose cultural space and cultural influence if they left. So you kind of like have to use it whether you like it or not.
It's unfortunate, but many things in life are like that. All right, so basically, she's just gonna flash in. She's gonna flash in, kind of similar to the appear animation, just without the. Yeah, it's almost supposed to be like this, but simpler. So I think what we'll just do is I think we'll just grab this, but without the frame coordinates. Well, yes, with the frame coordinates, but not the same ones. Like, well, maybe it'd be cool if she was dark and then appear. No, that feels like she's emerging from darkness. I think it makes more sense to just do this. Or maybe what we could do is have it be dark for just like 2 seconds. I think that would maybe be cool. Also, it shouldn't flash as many times. Yeah, that looks cool. Maybe move it over a little bit more. All right, so just get rid of some of these. Yeah, that should do it. Maybe even, we might not even need this one. Nah, it's awkward. It needs that. All right, here it is. Reappear. Let's see what happens. So, yeah, I mean, it feels like an anime. It kind of hurt my eyes how she flashes back in. I'm not gonna lie. Like I'm getting a little bit of like Porygon, epileptic seizure vibes. Maybe if we extend this. That might be better. If it makes it lame though, I'm just gonna. I don't want it to be lame. Like I'd rather cause seizures and look cool than not cause seizures and look lame. Also, I really wish I knew what that graphical glitch was all about. Yeah, no, that looks good. That looks good. I think she doesn't need to blink so much. I think the last blink can go away now with this timing. That graphical glitch is making me angry. I need to get to the bottom of it. Yeah, that looks cool. That looks cool. It just needs a message now. It needs to say like, oh, she fucking disappears. Oh no, because it can just use the actual flavor text already built into the attack. It doesn't need different. It doesn't need different text. Yeah, that's fine. It's just good to go. It's good to go. The only issue is this fucking graphical glitch. If you look, yeah, when she disappears, I don't know what that fucking shit is. I really don't. I don't know what that is. It's making me angry though. I think it has to do with it trying to trigger a blink. Oh, I gotta undo stop blink. Or she'll never blink again. So obviously it's not blinking because the stop blinking is working. The stop blinking is obviously working. So it's obviously not blinking that's the issue. I don't know what the fucking issue is. Yeah, exactly, Chris. Yeah, it's there's so much bullshit on it like that. Oh no, I've got seizures and no. Yes, the search function has gotten worse, Chris. I use it all the time. That's true. That's true, Will. That is a good idea. That is true. I'll have to do that. The font is some free shit I bought. Or not bought. I didn't buy it. It was free. It's both free and use and in purchase. The main ones you're seeing are this K8 X12. I don't remember what it's called. And Pixel M+. Those are the two I've been using. And there will probably be some more that show up. I'm thinking it's over for Toby. Yeah, Fumo. I'm gonna try to hype a rivalry soon. I'm gonna try to get some. We're gonna try to get some rivalry shit going. Yeah. Okay. So she can blink again. She comes back. She can blink. Yeah, I do not know what that glitch is. I'll find out. I'll find out what that glitch is. All right, so I think that'll do it for now. I have a little bit more. Yeah, yeah. I think he'll love it. We'll one day we'll join up like Frieza and Goku eventually joined up in Super, and we'll take down Yonde. Maybe whole summon whole summon Yonde. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, W. Yeah, exactly. It's the best rivalry since Illusion Suzaki. Yes, the dark path, starting beef with. No, I really don't want to do that, Chris. I really don't want to do that. I want to keep things themed. I want to keep things organized. I want to be fair. I don't want any shit flinging. But I also don't want to be boring, and I don't want to have to hide like what I'm standing for. So we're gonna hit just the right temperature with that. But yeah, hopefully I finish the video tonight. Or this morning, depending on how you look at it. But I will see you all soon. Because the point is not to be like, obviously, the point is not to start shit. Like, no one would call it shit, but like, no one would call it starting beef. So no beef starting. So don't worry there. Anyway, I will see you all soon. Thank you for watching. Stay based in Oda.